behalf of Centurion University of Technology and Management, I, Dr. Chino Bahida, welcome you all to the first ever Provost Research Conclave 2021 of Centurion University of Technology and Management. A very special welcome to our chief guest for the program, Dr. R.N. Naik, retired professor, IISc Bangalore, Honorary Provost, Dr. Radhakant Padi, Vice Chancellor will be joining soon, of Centurion University, Professor Supriya Patnaik, President of Centurion University, Professor Muktikant Mishra, Registrar Centurion University, Dr. Anita Pathraman, and Registrar of AP Campus, Dr. C.V. Gopinath, who is joining us online, and all the faculty members and staff. A warm welcome to you all to this program. To take the spirit of research and innovation to a different level, Centurion University on 15th August 2020 started Different Research Center. This research center dedicatedly work for not only on research and training, but also product development, content development, and multidisciplinary patent. This Provost Research Conclave provides an opportunity to nurture the capability of research and innovation. This will also encourage those who are passionate about their work, and we are sure that this will give a new dimension to the university as a whole. The initiative taken by Provost has given us many occasions to celebrate, and today being one such occasion, it's a proud moment for all of us. Now, I would like to request Vice Chancellor of Centurion University, Professor Supriya Patnaik, to address the gathering. Ma'am, please.
Good morning to everybody. Okay. Thank you for this. Thank you for the introduction, Chinnu. That was wonderful to actually set the context in which, first of all, I'd like to wish everybody a happy Teachers' Day. It's a wonderful occasion to do this event, to conduct this event. And I look forward, first of all, to listening to some of the presentations that the faculty for which they won the awards. It's indeed wonderful. I think since Chinnu has talked a lot about the research center, the whole idea of the conclave and how it emerged, it's been a 1 year's journey. And I think it was wonderful. It was like actually timely that we actually had our provost in place. And then actually he proposed this. So that kind of gave an impetus to these research centers and actually faculty taking on this. Because I think for a long time we have been thinking of how to go about it. So I think it was just the right occasion when it happened. We were just going in for a second round of NAC, and I think it was just perfect timing in that sense. It's also very heartening to see the progress that faculty have made. And I think that's what I would like to congratulate all of you, and not just the winners, but every one of our faculty who have done such a wonderful job during this 1 year, you know, in kind of taking it up as a challenge, really, because it's not been easy. It's not been something which we are geared to or trained to do throughout our college and school years. So I think it's kind of taking a right turn or a different turn to the whole thing. So I think it's I must say that I would like to just congratulate and support all our faculty who have tried to do their very best. And I think as teachers, I would just like to say one thing which I always hold true for myself as well, that we have to keep learning, keep unlearning, and keep relearning. And I think as long as we do that, we'll always have something to look forward to. Because I think sometimes you always say, oh, you got jaded. You know, I'm just burnt out. I'm so tired. So I think we have to keep reinventing ourselves, reinventing what it is that we do. So as long as we do that, I think we will certainly reach where we are setting out to. Don't think that honor to all those who are also online, that it's not the university who's trying to push you to do certain things. Yes, we certainly would like you to do, but sometimes it's also because a lot of like I said, because we're not trained to do it that way, a lot of us were kind of lack the kind of confidence that is required to do such things. So please do come and seek support. I think we've got an extremely valuable person in our provost who kind of is actually very supportive for everything. So I think please do take as much that you can get out of him. Really, I don't think I kind of keep on thinking that we don't take enough of his assistance and support and his, like quickly squeeze the knowledge out of him. So please do take all the support they can. So I think with these few words, I just don't want to go on because already Chinu has given a very good background to it all. I'd just like to again wish you all and congratulate every one of our faculty. Thank you so much.
We should always keep on. Yes, we should always keep on learning and relearning. Thank you, madam, for your valuable words. We really appreciate your words. It will be really inspirational for all the faculties. Now, I would like to request President of Centurion University, Professor Muktikant Mishra, to address the meeting.
First thing that today is a great day, and for that I congratulate all of us. I wish that all of you and all your family who are here and who are online, they are safe and taking proper care about COVID. And this, in fact, I'm not a speaker in an event type, and I have two jobs for both for the vice president and myself. Actually, that's the forte which I leave it to normally to the vice president, but unfortunately he's not here. But having been asked, I do speak, but not into this kind of event, which is very, what do you call it, auspicious, restricted to certain things. And I'm not a very conformist, so I first thing, I don't believe in any Teachers' Day. I believe that every day is it should be a Teachers' Day. And that's so because teacher is supposed to be different. Because teacher is supposed to be a person to of reference. For me, I don't think that why the universities only should host the Teachers' Day, why not other institutes? Because leadership is also for me the teacher. Learning is not a part of that, only it can happen in the boundaries of the universities or institutes. And our students also touch our feet on on 5th September. The rest of the year they scold us, they abuse us. So that's the reality of our life. So they feel very happy about this day. And we have many days. There now 365 days are divided with the whatever the days, Love Day, Father Day, Mother Day. Those are all creation of Archies or these cards which they are selling. I think that we should ask ourselves one thing, that what is the significance of this Teachers' Day? And what we learn from this, it is not about the students, about us. I believe that, and I'll tell you a story that what I learned from someone way back when I used to live alone and my wife was in Australia. And one morning I just walked out and I saw somebody. I've been seeing that gentleman for quite some time begging on the street. And the day it was a bit cold, December. I tried to. I was thinking that I was feeling God that I should do something for the gentleman. So I had a shawl, which I love white shawl, so I had just a new shawl on me. So I tried to give it to him, and he said that I can't take it from you. That I'm just cutting this story short. He said that look, you are very nice that you are giving it to me, but if I take it from you, police will come and beat me that I think that I've stolen it from you. So that was a lesson in my life. Capacity to give is one thing, but capacity to take is another thing. And what that person taught me, that first thing I was feeling that I will give something. First thing, who are you to give, and who are you to think that somebody needs it? Second thing, he said that look, what I learned from him that is not I need a shawl, but this shawl I cannot take. It looks very costly, and the greed. Normally we try to go for the best. So that from that I thought that what is the learning for me from this, and that always stays as a reference point in my life. That person, so he's my guru. So, but I don't celebrate him. So that celebrating that, teachers in the classroom is not the way. And I just met some students outside and they were trying to celebrate today's Teachers Day. And there were only 10 students and 2 girls and 8 boys. So I told them that also, look, at least you have done this ceremonial, but this is what we all people who are supposed to be called teachers must think about it. That what is the story? What is the thing that we are living for our people who are associated with us, not only students. I got a mail say about 3-4 weeks before. I had taught somebody in RMIT as part of the business faculty. So he wrote to me, sir, I worked in the corporate, got bored, and I remember you had told the story that you also got bored with the corporate. You came to teaching. So I decided to go into teaching. So I did my PhD. I joined. And only thing, I don't remember that until because 2007, he did his master's with me on 2007. So he said that only thing I trying to do is that trying to emulate you in the classroom and to teach for 8 hours without taking a break and only drinking hot water and standing and teaching and still have this full energy to hold the class. So I'm trying to emulate you. So that was for me, that was a Teacher's Day, feeling that somebody is trying to emulate. So what is the storyline you are living for others? And I'm not telling this, again, not feeling God, but these are some references. One thing which I think always I say, the conviction. I'll come to the one word at the end. One has to be conviction, and that can come with the clarity, and that clarity can come when you are confident about something. Okay, and that confidence comes from the commitment. And once you have all these 4 C's, what I told you, you can communicate to self. I'm not saying that communicate to others. And once you communicate to self, that gives a belief. And that belief is what others have to see. That you believe to be a teacher. You believe that what you are doing. You believe that you can do something different. You can believe that we can have this resource and everything else fall in place. So, that takes me to another story. The gentleman who is sitting next to us, who's provost of ours. It's not that he became provost like that. So a lot of people don't know. He was associated. I didn't know him also. So DN somehow knew him or they know each other. So one of the meetings, I thought that, he is a Gyani person, and Indian Science is an institute of, it's a God's place for us in India. So only gods and goddesses and demigods and semi-gods are live in that kind of environment. So I told him that, why don't you quit your job and become or take Leon and become a vice chancellor of our university? That's how the discussion started. And that's how this provost thing came up. That's how we wrote to him and he took permission, he became. A lot of people will not know the story. Same way, I could find out there is a gentleman, we don't have, and we want a public health with this. So same way I found out that there is another ODI person in Jipmer, he's a professor in Jipmer. So I spoke to him, I said that, you say that you would want to do something for Odisha. If you really believe in that, why don't you get associated with us? He said that it's not possible. I told him it's possible. We'll write a letter to you, take it to a board, and they will approve you. We have someone. So he became a reference point for us. That is a learning which we are trying to apply. So is there a guru and chela relationship here? There's no guru and chela relationship. And I'm trying to take a bit more time because since I have to also cover up for DN. So that's why I'm extending the time. So it's not about that, people have to teach in the class, people have to do something. Learning happens every moment in time. So that I'll end with a story. All of us know there is a Lord Shiva, though, and he is very easy to please. So a person like Guru, like Professor Padi or Professor Naik, who was next time sitting to me, and trust me, the professors never retire. So I don't believe in that retire because they always have that habit. They know more than others. They will try to teach or learn either way. So they remain as a professor always. So that one guru and his chela, and let us presume that Professor Padi and I am his chela. So we were going to meet Lord Shiva. And you don't want me as your chela. No way. So then I was very excited to meet Lord Shiva, and I was jumping with thrill that, because Lord Shiva and we, all of us, all human beings suffer from stupidity to infinity. So I also suffer from that. So I was very greedy that, if I meet Lord Shiva, I will ask for a lot of things. So I was thinking that. So the guru asked, why are you so excited? I said, when I meet Lord Shiva, I want to ask for something. So that what is that you want to ask? I said that I will say that tons of gold and diamond. So he said, okay, very good. You should ask for it. Then after a while, he asked me that what you will do with the diamond and gold. I said, okay, I will, sell it to Lalchan to XYG and get a lot of money. And then, I'll be a rich man. So he said that, okay, then why don't you ask Lord Shiva to make you a rich man? I told that's a better idea instead of asking for, because how I carry the diamond and gold. I said, okay, I'll ask and I'll be rich man. So after a while, he asked me, okay, why you want to be rich man? I said that I will have around 10 wives and 20 children. I have a farmhouse, big house, and then I will be, enjoying that. So he said that, okay, if that is the case, then you ask for the farmhouse, 10 wives, and then enjoyment. I said, okay, that's better, more better idea. So I said that, okay, I'll do that. They said, okay, what you will do with that? I told that will make me happy. Then why don't you ask for happiness? So ultimately, what we need, what we want is a happiness. But for that, I have to walk through all the paths from diamond to gold to wives to land to, the fish to cows. And but that's what we have to find out, that, what is that we want? And that links to the belief. And that belief comes, as I told you, that, that you have about the clarity, conviction, commitment, confidence, and then communicate with yourself. Okay, so that's what for me, a Guru Diva sees, that are we committed? Do we have clarity? Are we convinced about something? Can we communicate to ourselves? So all these things, and then that creates a belief. That belief that I want to be into teaching, I want to do research, I want to be different. That same thing we were taught in the classroom, we try to teach. And exactly what I was taught in the MBA, I never taught that. And first thing I said that no book in my class, no exam in my class. And I never referred to no textbook in my class. The textbook teaching, what we have been practicing for about 1100 years, is the worst thing to do. It is not gone at those days when Vedas, Ramayans, and all that, because that, when people used to stay or live in the jungle, they didn't know whether they will get next day a deer to kill or a boar to kill, or they will not get any food or some fruits. Every day is an innovation for them. Every day survival was a thing. Here, everything is given for us. So we take life for granted. Exactly, we take our profession for granted. First thing, any government job comes out, people apply for a job. Because we believe that government, especially state government jobs, nobody can throw you out of the job. We will not do anything as long as you are going to that pakka salary milega. And anyway, students are not interested to learn. Allow copy, pass exam, pakka, everybody 100% result, happy. All are happy. So that happiness, you have to go through the process of thinking that I need diamond, gold. Then people forget that. People think that happiness is a government job, because that they don't have belief in themselves. They believe in using government as a crutch. And whenever people say that you should do this, I said, first, I am not asking. I will never ask somebody to do something which I cannot do myself. So that's how the infrastructure, the way we have been created. So also my friend D.N. Rao. So we both are different. We have been friends and we have been colleagues for 25 years. And probably this is the only partnership in the entire country where there is no partnership. There can be issues, we can may agree. Normally, we speak the same language without talking to each other. Normally, because this is a common sense. We want to do things and we request others to do what we can do. So yesterday I asked somebody whether you will do it. Somebody, Gopal Dada. I told him that whether you will do it or I will do it. I will do it in 1 hour, but again, always it will come back to me. You will take 10 hours, but you have to do it. You have to do it. So it's not that we cannot do something. I think and that's how I said that students interacting, engaging with students, with the peers, it's not that only students should learn. How many of you say that, okay, I have learned from my colleague, this one? That people will never admit that I've learned from my students. Nobody will say that I've learned something from my students. Nobody will say that I've learned from my colleagues. Nobody will give a credit. So I always love to say that I have learned from, of course, I tease my wife that, I know everything, you don't know anything. That's a different story. That's a wife and husband problem. So that you can't solve it. But basically, giving credit, I have learned a lot of things from Abhinav, from Venkat, for all the people who work with me, from Devashish and Aditya Saikia, who died. And he has taught me a lot of things in a way, how to handle people who are so sensitive. And he was a very sensitive person. It's not that he had to teach me in a classroom, but the way he reacts to my interaction with him, he has taught me a lot of things. And so and whenever I had a fight with the government, he used to go, or government people, so he used to go and interact with them. He used to do that good police or whatever that he used to put the bomb. So I used to use him for that. So from him, I have learned that, how you can assuage where people are hurt a little bit. And he was very, and always I refer him in present tense. So he is very soft person. So we lost him. So he haunts me. That death haunts me because he was working for 11 years with me on day in, day out. So life teaches a lot of things, and this teaching, and I think that that definition of teacher must change, and definition of the Teachers' Day must also change. And I would like to celebrate 5th October, 29th December as a Teachers' Day also. Do something, impromptu Teachers' Day. Why can't they? Just to gather like this, and Professor Padi saying that, okay, let us say that what we have today, we will do that. 10 people standing and saying that during last 1 month, I have learned this from my peers or from my students. That day, when that happens, that will be a real Teachers' Day celebration. This is a ceremony. This is not, this is just, is what I call, this is without any substance. This is ceremony. But substance will happen on any day when it becomes a reference point on every day. Thank you very much.
Truly, sir. Conviction comes from confidence. You should always believe in yourself, what you are doing, and you should always have the confidence that you can do it. And thank you, sir. So now it's time for Honorary Provost Dr. Radhakant Padi to say a few lines to our faculty and other members present here.
Right. Good morning, everybody. All right. My job is not to give a kind of address to audience and things like that. I thought I would just give a small presentation about what this occasion and things like that. Followed by you can talk these things. All right. So it has been a great pleasure and journey for me to be associated with Centurion. I think she started the things, but then my association with the Centurion University has also become excellent as well. And that is why I told about teacher student, and this association is also because of my student. So one of my students was living very close to Professor T. N. Rao and Raju. Right? So they Ramakrishna Raju. And in fact, when I was going to my hometown, most of the time I take flight from Bhubaneswar, either via Bhubaneswar or via Visakhapatnam. So Visakhapatnam being slightly cheaper, and then the distance of train journey is almost equal. So most of the time I prefer that way. Then he told, okay, I'm living close to NSTL, it is just close to airport, then why don't you drop by in my place sometimes? So I dropped by once or twice. Not okay, wait, I'll bring somebody there. Okay. So that is how first he introduced me to Mr. Rajan. And then he told the discussion started, and he told, no, you should wait, you should meet somebody else. So that is where Professor D. N. Rao is also living next to that. In fact, you are living in the same building where our guest house is there. So that is how it started. And then coincidentally, there was a conference in Palakkudi 2017. So I was invited to be there as give a talk sort of thing. Then somebody told, no, wait, we have got a campus in Bhubaneswar also. So that is how it all started. And I told, okay, why not? Suppose you do something, then why don't we do an event also here? That is how we ended up doing an event in 2018, aerospace, if you remember that, about a very good, fruitful event with international participants. So we are having a biennial conference where a lot of plenary speakers came from various blocks. And then I told, okay, this is a place to come. And Puri becomes a big attraction to many people. So I told, okay, if you come here, Puri is free. So that way, we'll take you to Puri Konark and all sort of things. But that is things aside, they all liked it very much. It was there downstairs in this particular thing. Now, Professor P.K. Menon and Dr. Subiyan Suresh, all are big names actually. The one is Padma Vibhushan awardee, one is INA president also. They actually came here. So people are looking forward to come here. You can actually bring many people out here. Somebody from UK came here. And there are many things that happens actually. So we keep on doing that. In fact, that point of time, I also kind of advocated that we should have a good master's program in aerospace. If you remember that. We actually had a meeting in our corporate office that time. Somehow it was economically not viable or something. I don't know the detailed story part of it there. But then eventually there was a program in aerospace without my knowledge. So aerospace program got started as well, basically. So then my association slowly grew, and then I became a kind of board member in AP wing, not Orissa wing, but AP wing. And then I was all interested in becoming a board member of Orissa wing. And that is why he was so gracious to offer me such a big one. It was kind of a very surprise to me. And I was not mentally prepared at all. And then I thought, okay, maybe I'll take it, or like, blessings can be encased sometime later. So I'll keep it reserved. But anyway, I was not happy about it. I was not prepared for that. I told I'd rather become a board member and then occasionally put my comments and things like that. But whenever I visit, I'll visit. That's no problem. So that is how it started. And then this position was actually created for me. I mean, in fact, if I can claim that this position was not there. It is not known in our country. When you go to US, provost means kind of vice chancellor. So, but anyway, the roles and roles are very clear. I don't want to interfere in any way. Things are moving on very well. And whatever way I can contribute, I can basically. So that is where I am happy. And all my suggestions are being honored. That's a very great honor for me. All right, so this is how we started, and I was asked to, I have to take my permission from my director, and these are pretty standard. And you think that it is very difficult, but it's not. Because the reason is our institutes do believe, all IITs, IIS, everything do believe in nation building. So wherever you can contribute in whatever form, as long as you do not compromise in your primary activity, they are very much okay with that. So that is how it all happens. Right? And Professor Naik is my guru all the time. Right? When I was a student, he was a professor there. So that is how it is. Different department, of course. So then my advisor is also Professor P.R. Mohapatra. He's also his contemporary. He's also retired and but living in Bangalore. So this is all that is how the long story short. So let's come to the point when it all started. There was also I was inducted on a day where these research centers were getting formed. So this is a double surprise for me in some sense, right? Then we thought, okay, if something is there, we'll also try to kind of respect at least a few people every year. Then how do you mechanize that? Right? So this is how it all started. We had a small debate and things like that, but eventually the idea has been accepted. It is all in place. It is not going to be a one-time event. It's going to be an event at least for 3, 4, 5 years, if not more than that. And then by that time, let's see how it proceeds. Maybe it will take a different form, different things and all sort of thing. We don't know about that. But in this current mode, it's going to work at least for 3 years. That's my promise. All right, so let's not waste too much of time. Let's give a small presentation about it. So what the teachers are supposed to be. And then some of you might have seen this presentation a little bit before, a few slides at least. So, but those of you are new can probably see what I mean to be basically. All right, so I consider pillars of the universities are 2, 3, top management and administration, and then students and things like that, infrastructure and all sort of things. But faculties form a very good pillar, right? It's a very, very prominent pillar of faculties. If faculties are good, things can happen in a very rapid way. Faculties are not good, demotivated, whatever it is, the university can follow. So that is where the importance of faculties are very prominent. Okay, so here it is like these are the first 3 things are enablers, but the last 3 things, last 2 things are actually the achievers basically. So coming to teachers, now as you rightly told, teachers are not supposed to teach anymore. And very good pleasant surprise for me is like this 1 week I visited all the 3 campuses, interacted with most of you for 2 hours each at least, and a very fruitful interaction, very free flow interaction. In fact, that is where I told the president, vice president, vice chancellor, registrars should not be there, and it was honored also. So that is they will not that they will know whatever you have told. They will obviously come to know. But eventually, it was supposed to be a free flow, and by now I think most of you have been kind of familiar with me also basically in that process. So we'll take that is a separate one. So, but having said that, you see the teachers' role are very many now. It's not teaching just coming, teaching, and going basically. All right, so if you see that various things have to be done, and out of that is one of the thing happens to be what I called yesterday as well, or different campuses what I told, teaching component of a teacher is about just about 30%. The 30, 40, and 30 you can roughly divide it that way. 30 is just teaching, and then 40 happens to be so-called IP generation, and rest of the 30 is probably campus service, or campus maintenance, or admin, or whatever it is, administration. So this 40%, again, that 30 is to the professor level, but junior level, that 30 also goes to this 40 basically. So there is a lot of emphasis everywhere to get this IP generation process. Now that can be in the form of research, publications, patents, products, whatever it is, right? So book writing, whatever we can call it. So unless we all do that, we will be out of place and there will not be any water for us to survive basically. Okay, right? So with that motivation, I think almost all universities have to do this. There is no choice basically. And that's a good thing for the country also, right? Why don't you just look at the US? Then all private universities are actually functioning much better than government. Right? So what is here lacking basically, right? So that is something that we have to say about it. One thing that is lacking is of course what I call as vitamin M. Vitamin M is money, so basically, right? So there people can donate millions of dollars just like that, alumni and all that, successful entrepreneurs and all of that. Here, that culture being not there, we still rely on a lot of student fees and plus some CSR funding, plus some caucus donations like that. However, there are so many initiatives in our country now, both from private sector as well as government, that we can all get together and ask for a lot of research funding. So the research funding, when it comes, then that is how it is built. Now, somebody asked me yesterday that, okay, now today in the other campuses also, that research infrastructure is not good. Now, compared to IITs and IIC. My answer to that on the stage right there is IIC, come to IIC and ask for an IIT also, nobody gives us any funding. It is actually the faculties who take initiative, get their own funding, get their own equipment, get their own lab done. Instead, all that institute gives is just a nice sitting place, wherever that's sitting, that 50 square feet, whatever it is, and then a good campus. That's all it gives. They have probably a little bit of startup grant. When you join, they will give a startup grant of about, depending on 10 lakhs, 20 lakhs, now it has gone to 50 lakhs, depending on your approach, whatever MSRD grant basically. Other than that, throughout your life, you have to generate your own funds, go out and ask for funds. When the money comes, the university will take 20%, they will not give anything. So that is how the structure is. And that is what happens in US also, everywhere. So get ready to do your own research, and we can all do it together. Basically. Single individually it may not be possible, but together it is. Basically. Anyway, so multiple roles. So obviously it's too much of confusion to a faculty, right? There's so many things. I have to teach, I have to put exams, I have to go research funding, write papers, patents, everything. Then what do? So the answer to that happens to be very good. In the sense, the good news is the faculties need not do everything. Okay? What you have to do out of all the wheel that you see it here, you have to do select whatever it interests you. But so the bottom line is do what you love. That's the first thing. But then the second thing is an enforcement. Love what you do. Okay. Then only things will happen. Right. So that is what it is all about. And again, coming back, university faculties, there is a teaching role, and then there is a research objective, research role, product development. Very good emphasis here already. We have to, all of us are getting involved in product development eventually. And don't believe that, okay, some of the faculties have also told me that product development is an unnecessary burden for us. And I do agree that for a product development, a faculty has to do a lot of unproductive work. Okay, I mean, in the faculty sense. We think that, okay, we do research, get the outcome, and then somebody else will take it forward and then kind of take it to a product level. Now, from there onwards to kind of product level, there are so many things: certification, multiple testing, failure testing, hazard testing. What happens to, like, suppose talk about medicine development, what are the side effects, how long-term effects, short-term effects, all sort of things are there. So how do you get into that? Unless you get into that, your research will demand a research paper only, basically, right? And nobody else will come forward to kind of take it from there to do. So maybe there are agencies, but then you have to get involved in that process also, basically. And that's the journey that we also enjoy, basically. In other words, suppose you get a vaccine and that vaccine saves a lot of lives, right? Then that journey is worth it, worth doing it. Even though it's unproductive in the beginning, but it's not really unproductive in the long run. So there are services as well, basically. So teaching, research, and also things got research. So this research conclave is all about research. So let's talk about the research mindset. Well, there are various people, various faculties have also told me also with basically, but these are all well researched basically. So research mindset is first, some people will tell they are prolific researchers, right? They will publish everything that they find. Okay, in a week, there is 1 or 2 publications every week, basically. So keep on publishing. I mean, the number of publications are very high and things like that. That's also one model. There's nothing wrong in that, basically. That's one model is get whatever you find, you publish it. So then another one is like, okay, little deep researcher. Like I don't publish everything. I will just hold on a little bit and then get a little more and then I publish in a good journal. So that is the second category. Third category is big fish hunter. They are the so-called very big problems, like publishing a paper in Nature or something unsolved problem, challenges and things like that. In our country, the big fish hunters in a private university is probably not possible. So that part you should take it out. So whether you select select between the first two, become a prolific publisher or become a deep research publisher. Basically. Otherwise, now there is something called national impact also. These are very much varied for people like us who do get involved in various national programs. And this option is not really limited to IITIs anymore. If you are good, you are working anywhere, people find it out, they will call you for the comment. That's how it is. And then system builder as well. That is where you can collect a lot of people, go into this research center or product development center, get a product done. Say that involves working with a lot of people together. So all these things are options actually. Now you have to select what you want, but then whatever you select, do it well. That's the that's the thing. Some things may come as a little surprise, little enforcement, whatever it is. But remember, every enforcement, even though it comes like an enforcement in the beginning, if you enjoy the journey, it becomes very pleasant. So that's how it is. And this slide also I've shown it before, that increasingly challenging research matrices are also available. First thing first, when somebody joins as assistant professor, we'll talk about number of publications. I published 3 papers in a year. Somebody there was like 5 papers in a year, 10 papers in a year, like that numbers. But numbers will slowly diminish its value when then you go a little more research, bit senior and all that. People will then start asking you, number is good, but what is the quality of publication? Where are you publishing? Are you publishing in just any other ABC journal, or are you publishing in a good journal, basically? That is where I think we are right now, basically, right? Right now, not only we are talking about publications, number of publications, we are also talking about Scopus journal, SCI journal, things like that, right? That's the senior journal, things like that. So second step, we're almost there. The third stage is number, quality, and citation count. That is where this event is all about. The entire matrix is based on something called H index and all that. I will also present a little bit about that. Tolerate me for a little longer one. So this is where we are talking about. We are already there more or less for everybody in the second bullet. Now we are talking about jumping to the third one. So that is where we are kind of encouraging everybody to get into this ball game of getting into the number, quality, and citation count as well. Then finally, all right, number, quality, citation count, and impact on field, impact on society. That you have to have a lot of patience, basically. So right, that will automatically come. If you done these first 3 bullets are done, the fourth and all that will automatically come. And the curve keeps on going, basically. All right, so then there's a need for periodic encouragement as well. So this is something I keep on insisting in all the board meetings, that we should always have carrot and stick policy. The stick is something nobody likes to be called, so we call that as gentle nudge section. Okay, somebody just taps it behind it, right? So this event is something that stick is kind of not a weapon for us in our country, of course, but we can certainly do some carrot business actually, right? So this is the one that we talk about encouraging through this kind of research conclave, awards, rewards, and all those things. So that is why you do that, because it gives periodic encouragement for a lot of people, not just the awardees, but many people around that. So of course, it makes sure that we do not slack off. It gives us very valuable feedback. It gives a sense of pride. Now somebody is a professor of eminence, okay, somebody is a Abdul Kalam awardee, whatever it is. It's eminence. It's actually a role model now. Right? So people will look forward to that. That's at least my hope. I will see that way. All right. Now, reward for performing faculties at CUTM especially. We thought about 3-4 categories. One is the chair positions, which is a monthly honorarium, whatever little amount is there, but that will continue for 5 years as long as the faculty is there in the system. Okay. The faculty is not there in the system, of course, you see this. I mean, there is not a promise. Somebody is beyond the system and it still be that money will go. That's not that. But every month you're supposed to get a little amount, but that same amount is 60 months. So, all right, then in addition to that, there are case awards, there are faculty development funds. This is where I can think about it. So, I mean, again, the value is not much. And probably the university fund grows, then I will request the president and the higher management people to even increase the fund level. That's what happens. So, and remember, this was actually done during the COVID period, when the funding comes is there, and fund is just not available. So those of you who are actually not getting this award this year, probably 2-3 years later, maybe they are in some sense maybe lucky also. Right? Maybe the award quantity goes. That happens by the way. Just to tell you the truth, I mean, the story. When I got this INA Young Engineering Award, something called Young in below 35, and I was discarded. But the question is, once you are nominated, the application stays for 3 years. I was discarded first year, and the second year when I got it, exactly that year the award increased from 25,000 to 1 lakh. So good don't know. Actually. So those of you who did not get it, maybe you should also aim for that. And then, right? And especially if the product development cycle is very successful, you are able to sell a lot of things. Probably I'll think I will rather suggest that a component, small 5%, 2%, whatever is kept for this kind of encouragement. So maybe that's an avenue that we can think about increasing this fellowship. All right, and this faculty development fund is all your money. No finance department person can come on the way to kind of put a block on this plan. So this I request again that this particular fund that has been allocated to this is operated separately. If it is operated separately, this a lot of things can be systematic. If it is not together, then becomes confusing. All right, and also there is a travel grant component which is pre-approved. You don't have to take an approval and then get it there and then take somebody's approval. I want to go somewhere. Okay, go and get it reimbursed from this grant. So this can cover some of your short courses. It can cover some of your conference attendance, some of your journey within the country, whatever it is. I'll come to that. So this is we thought about two different categories. One is faculty awards, and there is also a student award component, which is not going to be discussed here. So faculty awards are 15 awards we allocated per year. Then student awards are 25. And in caters for all PhD, masters, and undergraduate as well, basically. So this is the faculty awards will be given during the research conclave, which will coincide with September 5th every year. Come Sunday, Monday, Saturday, whatever it is, September 5th is the date. So we'll just stick to that and then continue this tradition for years. Student awards, of course, this Teachers' Day doesn't make too much of sense. So we thought of doing that on the Convocation Day. So that's how it is there. So there are various things that I think these things have been circulated to already. There are full professor level, we have got Abdul Kalam Chair Professor. At associate professor level, we call it a Distinguished Achiever Award. And the assistant professor, we call that as Eminent Achiever Awards. So there are various categories. I mean, you try to cater for engineering as well as science and agriculture and management. Caters to almost everything, basically. All right. So similarly, student awards are also there, 25 numbers. I will skip it. And then, okay, now the whole idea was this particular thing was, in the sense, can we uplift our university to within best 50 in the country, and also an institute of eminence in probably about 5-6 years. Right? That's the whole idea. And we have an university of eminence, whether you like it or not, right here in Bhubaneswar, private university. So if somebody can do it, we can also do it, basically, right? So all that it needs is a better commitment and willingness to do. It is not somebody, as you rightly told, I want to do something, right? Not that somebody is telling me to do something. There's a very big difference about that. Somebody may tell it, but then once you think that, okay, I have to do because somebody is telling that, there is no charm in that. Right? So then you understand why he's telling, and then after doing that, who is getting that credit? Again, I told you yesterday as well that, okay, when you write a paper, the president, vice president's name never comes. It is the faculty name that comes. Right? When you get a patent, it's the faculty name and university name that will come. Right? So even though somebody is telling you to do that, eventually the credit comes to you only. So that would be a good motivation for doing something best. All right. So this is what I told last year. I mean, I don't know. This is too far away to read it. But even those of you are looking from the computer screen, you can see all that. So I think we have already crossed the first three, 4 steps. And the whole idea is first thing, little bit doubt. Can I do it? Will I do it? I think also am I ready to do it? Am I confident to do it? Also things basically, right? So but slowly as you go through the journey, then obviously I can do it. I will do it. Also things will be there. So right, eventually that can happen. And then when it actually happens after 5, 6, 10 years, then you tell we have done it. Basically. So that's the whole idea that we are talking through. And all right, so this is the whole confidence level is yes, we can do it basically. All right, so now a little bit about this particular selection process. Okay, this is all about the general motivation and all that. This particular year, what we have done basically. So there are a lot of confusion about everybody. So typically, so all right, so this is the annual research conclave and all that 4th and 5th we thought about, but there were not many applicants this time. So a number of awards have been cut down for 15 to 9. And day has been cut down from 2 days to 1 day basically because of that. But eventually there are 15 awardees, maybe you have to do it 2 days also. And also announcement happens to be 5th September, all right. So all right, leave it there. Okay, how it started. There is a selection committee. Okay, so department is supposed to, every department is supposed to have at least 2 members for that. And they will nominate the names to the deans basically. Deans of school. Deans are typically schools basically. So that. Then there is self-nomination thing as well. Basically. So somebody tells that okay, some department HOD need not come through that. People can directly self-nominate and things like that. The why department HOD? Because those faculties who are very shy, they are not able to do that, then department HODs can pick them and then nominate. That's the idea. Okay? It's not other way around. So there is no bureaucracy involved here. Nobody is going. You can self-nominate if you want to. Otherwise, the department heads can actually nominate you as well. And then there is a committee of deans and VCs will shortlist the candidate and forward to provost. That's the whole idea there. Then provost will either I'll do it myself or I'll take some help of different expertise, because these are scientific things. I may not know everything necessarily. So that is how it happens. And then the award list is finalized in consultation with external experts as well. All right. So there is a standard faculty appraisal form. I mean, there was a form created this time also in Excel format and all that. That will be used for next time as well, basically. All right. So this is how it, the dates were given. I mean, you all are aware of it. Dates were like 21st June to 10th July, enough window for preparing a list of a little bit of information that we wanted. And then we announced that on 29th August. It was supposed to be much earlier than that because people did not give the information. That's the problem. I seriously request all of you to give enough information, whether you are selected or not, but it helps everybody to get it done with that. All right, so the number-wise faculty applications, see these faculty applicants were something like this, 414, 5632, and all in front of your screen basically. Right, and then there are winners. When you see that, this 414 become 200, something like 632 becomes 020, like that. So in other words, there was a, just because it's available, we don't want to give everything unless you kind of cross a minimum threshold also. So that thresholding was effort was done, and eventually we have declared 9 winners this time. That doesn't mean that I mean we are reluctant to give or nothing like that. There is a process. In fact, when there was a selection thing, then there was one day we had a meeting, and then somebody came up with no, we like this much marking sort of thing. Like this much is 60 marks, that much 30 marks, that much is 10 marks, like that. Total nothing going actually. Nobody is evaluating everybody here. We are all colleagues basically. Rule of the game will be known, but it's like 100-meter racing basically, right? Rule of the game is known. Whoever goes there in the first, then is the winner. So we are not going to evaluate anybody here. We just put what is required. After that, whoever is the winner, it is up to you basically. So that is how it has happened basically. All right. So what we have decided, something like this. There is something like a minimum eligibility criteria first. Okay, it is very open. I mean, very transparent to make the process. That's why I'm talking about here. So agriculture and biosciences, we put this H index as 4, 8, and 12. Remember, these are Google H index. It's very kind of not really very strict basically. So very now high numbers will pop up here. So agriculture and bioscience, we put 4 H index for assistant professors, associate 8, and then full professor 12. Similarly, 4, 7, 10, and 3, 6, 8 here. Both sides. If you do not cross this threshold, then you are not even considered. Okay, that is the minimum H index that you are talking about. It's very easy for us to kind of verify from the Google Scholar that all of your Google Scholar profile. So right, and then publication scores should be evaluated for last 5 years only. We are not interested in somebody somewhere you published 10 years back or something. Will not count that. Last 5 years means you are an active researcher. Right, so the list of publications will get truncated after whatever. I mean, today is 21, then 16 onwards will be counted. Next year, it will 17 onwards will count. So last 5 years only will be counted, nothing more. And then there is something like minimum resident requirement. That means assistant professor has to be at least 1 year in the campus, right? 2 years for associate professors, and then 3 years for full professors. The whole idea is the university is committing something to you, then you should also be committed to the university. Somebody joins yesterday, gets the award, and vanishes tomorrow, then probably it's not a good thing, healthy thing for the university. So that's it. These are the minimum eligibility criteria. And after that, we all boil down to numbers basically. I understand the numbers are not really very fair, but then with the limited time or resources what we have, this is one of the best ways to do in that sense. So normally, so I call that as impact factor based calculations basically. Okay. So you talk about this impact factor. So something like, well, I mean, citation basically, it's not really impact factor in that sense, but citations, right? So you talk about H index 3, 4, 5, whatever, that is one side of the story. So when you go to that, your citation basically, right? Suppose you have got journals, like 10 journals, and every journal we have asked you to give impact factor by this. So a high impact factor journal is normally difficult to publish. But then some high index journal is actually easy to publish because the stream is like that, the science is like that. Okay. Right? So, I mean, I'm not taking any discipline for discipline's sake, but some disciplines can be difficult, some disciplines can be easy, relatively easy, with same impact factor. So how do you do normalizing impact factor? So we thought about normalizing that. And normalizing that means you really need a big database. right? Even this particular field, so many journals are available, and what the highest number. But that is difficult for us. So what we did is, whoever is the applicant, we saw the list of journals, and whatever his or her maximum number, we divided all the number, basically. Your own publication list, we count the maximum impact factor, and then we divide each of the impact factor by that. That becomes the normalized impact factor. Then we talked about an averaging it out, because normalized impact factor can be 1, maximum is everybody 1 now, everybody got 1. Then somebody can get 0.7, 0.3, 0.2, 0.5, whatever it is. Then we take all the things, all the numbers, and then take an average number. That average number is called average normalized impact factor, ANIF, what you see there. And that becomes the benchmark for us to kind of some weightage for other things as well. So for the journal publications which are not given an impact factor, some of them not given by the way. So when you are not given, then you have taken the normalized impact factor. We don't have time to kind of dig out what is the impact factor now. It is your duty to provide us, right? If you don't do it, then we'll take it that way. The second thing is book chapters. Again, average normalized impact factor is that is the weightage that you'll get basically. All right. So if you write a book, then you assume that there will be 5 book chapters, and then the book can have multiple authors as well. So we take 5 into average normalized impact factor divided by number of authors. They're all Excel sheet nicely done by our register, very, very nicely done formula wise actually. The formula wise is there in the Excel sheet. So you put the numbers and then it will automatically come. And then you got edited books. So edited books is like editorial role and things like that. That is just one weightage, average normalized impact factor. And patent published is typically a little bit high. The effort involved is high, so we get twice of that. Patent granted, if something is granted, it get 3 times that basically. Okay. So PhD award, of course, if you guide a PhD student, you will get 3 times of that. Okay, and then you got master student graduate, you will get 1 times that. Think like that. If you get fellowships and awards, so you will get 3 times that. International, if you get something like IEEE fellow and things like that, you will get 5 times that. Basically. So all these matrices have been well debated. If anybody has any suggestions or improvement or something, we're open for that next year. Basically. But this entire formula has been calculated, and this entire rule of the game is now open for everybody. Okay, so when somebody gives us the information next year, I request that you give everything there. Basically. Now come to the awardee list, and it has been declared already, so I will project it one more time. And congratulations to all the award winners. Most of them are here. Those of you are not here, I can understand your difficulties, but hearty congratulations to all of the winners this time. And I encourage all of you, all the faculties again, to encourage to kind of apply this, at least you apply next year. All right, so thanks for that, and congratulations to all winners again.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful presentation. From the inception of the research center, you are associated with us. Your valuable suggestion and participation will be always required for the betterment of the research center and overall development of the university. Now, we will move towards the awards and certificate distribution to our winners for their extraordinary contribution in the field of research and publication. Now, may I request our chief guest, Dr. R.N. Naik, retired professor, IISc Bangalore, to present the awards to our eminent achievers. So we will start with Dr. Madhumita Das. She is the winner of Eminent Achievers Awards. Dr. Madhumita Das is an assistant professor in School of Management, Centurion University of Technology and Management, Bhubaneswar. She specializes in the area of development economics. Her research interest lies in sustainable development, sustainable tourism management, ecotourism. She has published papers in entire national and international journals. She has completed her PhD from IIT Kharagpur, India, from the Department of Humanities and Social Science. Pradipta Banerjee, winner of Eminent Achievers Award. Dr. Banerjee, Assistant Professor of Department of Biochemistry and Plant Physiology of MS Swaminathan School of Agriculture, UTM, Odisha. He has research and teaching experience in reputed organization He has more than 25 international journals and book chapters. He is supervising 2 PhD students and has guided more than 20 MSc students. Dr. Rukmini Misra, winner of Eminent Achievers Award. Dr. Rukmini has a PhD in Agricultural Biotechnology from National Science Research Institute, India. After her PhD, she received the prestigious Young Scientist Award from Department of Science and Technology, DST, Government of India, to work as Young Scientist at the Center of Biotechnology, Shiksha Anusandhan University. She has received the prestigious Talented Young Scientist Fellowship under the TYSP program of the Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of China. She joined as postdoctoral research associate at the Chinese Academy of Agricultural Science, Beijing, China. She has more than 30 research publications in both national and international repute. Preetha Bhadra, winner of Eminent Achievers Awards. On her behalf, Dr. Atanu will receive the awards. Ms. Preetha Bhadra is currently working as an assistant professor in MS Swaminathan School of Agriculture in Centurion University of Technology and Management. She has published 66 research articles in national and international journals. She has 90 edited books in her credit. She has published 11 patents. She has submitted her doctoral thesis on biophysics and she works on mostly cancer cell, stem cells, biology and molecular biology. Ms. Swarna Prabha Jaina, winner of Eminent Achievers Awards. Ms. Swarna Prabha Jaina currently pursuing her PhD at Centurion University of Technology and Management. She has 9 years of teaching and 3 years of industry experience. She joined the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering as assistant professor in 2013. She is the author and co-author of 22 papers in international and national journals and had published 5 patents. Dr. Atanu Dev is a winner of Distinguished Achiever Awards. Dr. Atanu Dev is currently working as an Associate Professor of Department of Agricultural Extension and Communication and MS Swaminathan School of Agriculture in Centurion University of Technology and Management. He has more than 40 research in national and international journals. Dr. Dojalisa Sahu, winner of Distinguished Achievers Awards. Dr. Dojalisa Sahu, Assistant Professor in the Department of Chemistry, School of Applied Science, CUTM Bhubaneswar. She has more than 25 international journals, 15 publications and national journal, 1 book publication, 2 book chapters, and more than 50 conference proceedings in her name. She is a member of professional bodies like Plasma Society of India, Orissa Chemical Society. She has guided more than 30 MSc and 10 MPhil students, and 3 students are currently pursuing PhD under her. Now, Dr. Sujata Chakravarti, winner of Abdul Kalam Chair Professor. Dr. Sujata Chakravarti is the senior member of IEEE Chair, newsletter, and an executive committee member of IEEE Bhubaneswar subsection. She holds membership in different academic bodies like OITS, ISTE, Orissa Vigyan Academy, Institution of Engineers, and many more. Currently, she is working as professor and head in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Centurion University of Technology and Management. Under her guidance, about 20 MTech and 2 PhD scholars got awarded. She has been awarded with the Jhansi Rani Lakshmi Mai Pratibha Puskar for Technical Education and Research on 8 March 2018. Now, Dr. P. Srinivasa Rao, winner of Abdul Kalam Chair Professor. So on behalf of him, Anita ma'am is receiving the awards. Dr. P. Srinivasa Rao is presently working in Centurion as a professor in mechanical engineering and dean of research and development. He has 33 years of experience, which include industrial, academic, and applied research in engineering. Congratulations, all the winners. Now, may I request our chief guest?
I want to- It's a small observation. I have actually conveyed to Vaishnav and the researcher. It's very good to see that lot of lady faculty is getting their work. It's nice to see, very nice in fact. But it's also raises a little bit of concern. It's not just, I mean, we are all very happy, there's no doubt about it. And it's all again good thing to see that everywhere there, but actually raises a concern that, okay, why not our, I mean, other gender people do equally well? Because we are in some sense, we are privileged actually. Right, you don't have to, as he rightly told, that he was sympathized from the very beginning, right? Married ladies and a lot of dual responsibility. Despite that, they are doing very well. So I kind of request all of us, gentlemen especially, to go back and think a little bit about it, because only you can change yourself. Okay? Right? So that is something that somehow you are not utilizing your time properly. So that's the small concern that I thought of conveying to all of us. Go back and think about it. Probably something is missing out, and we can certainly do it. There's no gender bias here, but certainly I think I'd be happy to say 50-50 rather than little skewed. All right, carry on.
Now may I request our chief guest, Dr. R.N. Naik, retired professor. Yes, so we can have a small break of 15 minutes. Then again, we'll join the session here.
Take a break.
Welcome back all after the short break. Now, I request our chief guest, Dr. R.N. Naik, retired professor of IISc Bangalore, for the presentation.
I have to tell something. I have to tell. All right, so it's my pleasure to introduce Professor Naik. Professor Naik has been long associated with IISc. I think before my birth, he was there in IISc. Okay. So it's a long, I mean, I don't remember exactly his biography, but I can say that this much, that he has spearheaded our department, something called molecular and cellular biology. The biology itself is a lot of branches in IISc, and one of that is a very prominent department is MCBL, what you call. The department has grown leaps and bounds now. The department has produced a lot of things, and students of Professor Naik are all over the world, by the way. So there are now faculties in US, UK. Within India, there are several places and things like that. And he has retired from IISc and decided to come back to Orissa, Bhubaneswar especially. But he has not retired from professional life. So he is strongly associated with NICER for a long time. And the NICER has taken its shape under the guidance of Professor Naik. So then he was almost a very respected figure in IISc as well. That much I can remember during my interaction with him and the other things basically. He has given a lot of this guidance to institute administration as well. Like how do you kind of streamline things? How do you think procedural simplicity or sort of thing? How do you make lives of professors easy rather than making it difficult? So he has a lot of ideas, and he has not retired from professional service yet, and he is never going to be. That's for sure. So I strongly suggest the institute authorities to think some sort of engagement with Professor Naik. And he is readily available here. He is in Bhubaneswar. He is not very far wherever he is staying right now. I'm very sure he will be more than delighted to get associated in some way or other with it. So with this little introduction, I will give it to Professor Naik. He is going to talk about a very interesting topic today, very timely as well. And he is talking about vaccine development. Personalized vaccine development is his strength basically. He is going to talk about it, and I request all of you to pay good attention to his talk. Thanks a lot. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Padi. In fact, it's a pleasure to really come here.
Take this.
Yeah. Okay, it is a pleasure to be here. I have heard about this university from Professor Padi and others quite a lot. In fact, whenever I pass through this road to NICER, and it's quite often actually, I always look up for this Centurion University. I didn't know where it was. But coming here actually gives me a lot of pleasure. I was always interested because I have more or less, apart from a few years I spent in Odisha in the beginning, I joined before my results, MSc results were out. I joined Nayagarh College as a lecturer in Bhutan. I stayed there for 3 months. Immediately after my results are out, I got an appointment. That is at that time they used to call it ad hoc appointment until PhD is done. I got an appointment in Ravenshaw College. So Ravenshaw College, that is where I studied actually. That is where I got my MSc. In the Central University Geology Department at that time located in Ravenshaw. And I got an appointment there. I spent there for 2 months. And it so happens my association with IISc, it so happens It was very interesting. I wanted to go in Army or Air Force. Okay. So I went for an interview to Bangalore to join the Air Force as a officers. And I had a friend, my classmate, who was also studying in the IISc at that time. At that time, after BSc, you can go to IISc to do a 3 years BE program. 3 years. Not 4 years, 3 years. But you have to complete BSc, and it is a very competitive one, and very few people actually used to get it. So I had a friend known as Maestro Sahu, who was first in his class in physics. So he went to IISc. He was doing his metallurgical engineering. So I went and stayed there. I didn't make the Air Force. So I went there. I stayed there for 2 days. And then it so happened I liked the campus. It was so beautiful at that time. I think it was September or October at that time. Lot of flowers, lot of. This is one of the beautiful places. And then when I see the students, I was kind of amazed. It was a very different place. Now, you can say that it was unique at that time actually. Even now, yes. Then what happened that while doing that, there are so many Oriya students who are doing PhD, etc. So one of them took me down to so many biology department. Okay. And then he took me to the biology department. And it so happened that he introduced me, he took me to the professor, Professor Sharma, who was there at the. So I just went and I talked to him, etc. So he was kind of somehow very interested, got very interested. He told, you want to join the department? I told yes. Then you will get a letter. He told me that. Okay, everything happened. So I came back. I got very interested. But that time I didn't get a letter. However, next year I applied. I didn't send any queries, etc. Next year I applied again. Then I got the interview call, etc. And lo and behold, normally for an interview, they usually conduct a written test. Those who qualify only are called for interview. Somehow they have waived that requirement for me. Okay. So I got directly to the interview. And then as soon as I go into the interview committee, Professor Sharma asked me, that why did you not join last year? I told I didn't get the letter. People have sent it, you should have inquired. I told, how can I inquire? He would. All procedures say that no interim inquiry would be encouraged. I mean, it is not good actually. So that's why I follow the rule to the letter and didn't inquire. Anyway, so they offered me in that time. It was good. Then I became a student there, not in biochemistry. I got selected in 2 different departments. I wanted to do some medical related stuff. So I joined one Professor MCC, who was a professor there. Lo and behold, he has no PhD. He had just, imagine, he had just an MBBS degree, not in MD, but he was a professor. At that time, institute had that provision. That if for outstanding, you don't need a degree to become a professor. You don't have a PhD. Things have changed actually. I don't think there is any more that. So I joined it. Okay, I spent my time. I did my work on various things. Started with cancer tuberculosis, etc., whatever. So just before I left the institute after getting PhD, when Professor Ramakrishnan was there, who was the chairman by that time, he told you come back to this. Yeah, right now when I left. I went to work in Columbia University with Professor Spiegelman. He is a very famous scientist at that time. He is no more. So after coming back, they offered me again in the institute. They asked me to come. I applied because we have to meet the formality. I sent in the application. They offered me. It is one thing that I was not a student of Professor Ramakrishnan. Then that's how I got into IISc. I regret that I didn't have much of experience because I wish I should have a job somewhere or work in some other place so that you have a variety of experience of life. I just got into this teaching and this kind of mode throughout the life and stayed there. So that's why I feel that I have somehow a incomplete life without too much experience in other things. Okay, but anyway, so having done that, I must tell you that at that time it was, they are all, they have not even joined, etc. When they joined, we are three people who are taken at the same year. Myself, Professor Mahapatra, and Professor Patnaik.
Then what time is there?
Ellen Patnaik.
Associated with this university.
So he just, okay, Ellen
Other
Patnaik.
people can follow it.
Okay. So three of us, we are selected almost in the same year. The institute. And we are the first faculty from Orissa to be selected.
On same year, is it?
Almost same, within a year difference, I think. Because I came little late after selection. And for 17 or 18 years, we are only three faculty. Until they came.
We don't
No, before you came much later, but between you and me, there are no other faculties came in. There are few that came.
mathematics level. Anyway,
Who?
we'll talk about that.
Oh, mathematics somebody said. No, he came much later. No. Okay. No. Okay. So this is the way it went, but anyway. Then this is, I decided to change my, I mean, I was immunologist, trained as immunologist. So, but in USA, I was doing various other things. Mostly my contribution in USA was in cancer chemotherapy, primary, major contribution, though I was doing immunology and biology, working on tumor viruses. Having after come to the institute, I decided to focus on basic immunology. That's why, especially the vaccines. Why I was interested is that vaccine essentially when you have, you obtain an immunological memory. Okay. The question is how this memory is maintained. It is not in the brain. It is in the cellular intracts of cells. So how this is maintained for so long time? Then why for some vaccines you have short-term memory, you cannot put in memory. For example, to take a polarization, 6 months, etc. Now you take this COVID, you have to take 2 doses and then booster and etc. Smallpox on the once, polio twice, so on and so forth. The key thing that kind of struck me is that what is the reason behind this? It was just the memory cells. Then mostly the memory should be very similar to most diseases. Okay, you have the cells, they are stimulated, you get the memory cells, they are occurring to the long linking, that put this, they will stay. And as long as they stay, you have memory. Okay, as long as they stay, you have memory. Okay. So that is how my research started. And I started working on immunological memory. And we proposed a hypothesis which was published, which is known as the relay hypothesis, which explains how the memory, immunological memory is obtained through interaction of cells. Okay, there are two theories in immunology, both of which are very important. One is clonal selection theory by Barnett, which says that how specific immune cells are stimulated to give specific antibodies. And there is another by Yone, network hypothesis, etc. So that also says about this. So we combine both these in order to explain how cellular interactions can generate immunological memory for long term. In the sense that it is essentially chemistry, sort of law of mass action. Okay. the number of memory cells and the binding strength, the concentration and the binding. These two things probably will decide how the interaction will continue. Wait, how the interaction will continue and how long it will continue. So those are kind of published a lot of them. And then after publishing the theory, we thought we should do the experimental proof. Okay, those kind of lot of these experiments we have done, and much of that has been published. But anyway, there is always a time to quit. So in the meantime, the time for retirement came and I came here. But then this is where the designer vaccine came. What is the designer? What actually happens in this experiment? Or when you develop a vaccine? Everything depends on the foreignness. That your antigen coming from outside, if it is not part of your body, then you will make an immune response. If it is similar to your body's protein, etc., then you will not make an immune response. So more foreign the substance is, the better the immune response will produce. So the foreignness, that is very important point. Okay. The second thing, that how the memory response will be generated in the first place. When you get a foreign antigen, okay, normally it just cannot go unproduced. Antibody production is slightly easier in the sense that it will, if you have foreign antigen, the epitope that will go, and there are already pre-existing cells which are making those antibodies. That is the what you call the Burnett hypothesis, for which the Burnett's theory, quantum theory, for which he got the Nobel Prize. This will go, select those cells, they will grow and then produce antibody. They will first produce primary antibody and then the secondary antibody, then the whatever, on and on. Okay. But it is not, then the next thing that will happen is that once that is done, the making antibody, you need also the T cell help. Okay, without the T cell help, you will not get good antibody. For that, the Jonas hypothesis come into picture, then the antigen presentation come into picture. And I'll just go through the slides, and as it comes, I'll try to explain what the situation is. Okay. This is actually the human immune system. Most of these things you see the left side of the that the important organs that are identified, like thymus, spleen, bone marrow, lymph glands, lymphoid cells, tonsils, and so on and so forth. The immune bone, the cells that are immune involve the immune system. Right side at the cells of the immune system. This is the, it's not my work. This is from the literature. The stem cells. Then you have a lymphoid lineage and you have myeloid lineage. From the lymphoid lineage, you have lymphocytes of various things, T helper cell, T cytotoxic cell, etc., B cells, T cells, etc. And from this myeloid line, you have the cells which are important for the immune system are dendritic cells, macrophages, eosinophils, etc. So this side, the myeloid lineage cells, like dendritic cells, macrophages, they are the antigen presenting cells. Okay. And left side at the one, they are actually the effector cells, like B cells and T cells. You have the cytotoxic cells, and you have B cells to make the antibody. For antigen presentation, the immune system, immune reaction starts with antigen presentation. And that is where the key to whether the vaccine should be good vaccine or bad vaccine. And how the antigen is presented? Antigen is presented through the HLA. In human it is HLA, in animals generally it is MSC, major histocompatibility complex. HLA is human leukocyte antigens. These are the antigens, these are the molecules which present antibody, and they are done by macrophages or dendritic cells, or even B cells themselves can do it. for CTL, for CTL response, these antigen resistant, this MSC or HLA are unique to different individuals. That two different individuals will not have the same MSC or HLA type. That's why we are different from each other. That's why you cannot accept skin graft from each other. Only identical twins can have, because they have the same LHA. Otherwise, because there are so many combinations that it is very difficult that you can get from one to the other. Since these molecules are involved in antigen presentation to start with, because they recognize the peptides which are generated from these proteins which are given from outside or from internally generated proteins. And they recognize specific proteins. And these specific proteins by specific HLA has to be presented to the cognate T cells or by T helper cell to B cells, if it is coming from external. And then the immune reaction will start. So immune reaction starts from there. Therefore, it is kind of imperative that whatever antigen get, I may not have the appropriate HLA. If I do not have the appropriate HLA, I will not generate the appropriate immune response. Okay? And that is where the key decision is. When you are hearing,
You'll be able to understand more.
is there any problem? If anybody has it, please ask me question. I will try to make it because that is complicated, like HLA, haplotype, etc.
There are a lot of opportunities for AI also.
Because
Personalized medicine, personalized vaccine, no.
so there you see that some vaccines, they 84%, 50% activity, 90% activity, etc., etc. What is the reason? Because they're not expected to have 100%. Because if you don't have the appropriate HLA background, will not generate a good immune response, period. And therefore, all vaccines are not likely to work with every individual.
Why not?
Because we don't have all of us have different HLA. Because we have different HLA. HLA are very specific for peptides. And if this peptides generated by the vaccine, if they don't recognize a particular HLA, then you will have no immune response or very poor immune response. And therefore, you will not show that. That's why the personalized or designer vaccine comment picture. Okay. So what is a vaccine? This is kind of common here. It's a live vaccine, can be of several types. It's a live attenuated vaccine, organisms, heat killed microorganisms, heat or chemically inactivated organisms. There are subunit vaccines, that is not the whole thing, but you give a part of the molecules as vaccines, like epitope, etc. There are DNA vaccines, you have these vaccines now. For the COVID you are giving, you have DNA vaccine there. I have not included one which can this right, get it. You also have now a RNA vaccine, that is Pfizer and Moderna vaccines are RNA vaccines. And then you have peptide vaccines that are being tried, etc. You have cellular vaccines you can have, and vaccine containing antigenic determinant subunits of various kind of things, like some like pneumococcal vaccine actually. It's not a peptide vaccine, it's a polysaccharide. Okay. But how the polysaccharides are not presented by MSC haplotypes, only peptides can be presented. So what happens, what you theorize is that because you can make multitude of peptides, I mean millions and millions of peptides. So when you give something which is a non-peptide, that generates what you call peptidomimics. That is peptide which mimics this. And these mimics are presented, and therefore you have vaccine reactions. Okay. So what the vaccine should do? Vaccine should generate a good immune response. And it should just in generating a good primary response, immune response is not good enough. We should generate a good memory response, that is B cells or T cell response. Unless it generates a good memory response, it is not going to be a good vaccine. That means it will act as long as the antibody is there, and as soon as the antibody fades, it will not be there. By the way, antibody has a half-life. Antibodies normally is not going to stay forever. They have to be continuously produced by the cells. Otherwise, only a month or so, they will just slowly degrade out. Therefore, it should be continuously produced. Therefore, the cells have to be continuously made.
These need to be continuously acceptable.
No, I'll come to that. You don't need the infection. Once you do that, no, I tell you what, that is, I know that is what our hypothesis is.
Right.
That is relay hypothesis. You self-made that. You generate inside, you made the mimics. These mimics take over the original antigen. If a good mimic produced, the reaction will continue.
But without virus, nothing is.
No, it has to have a virus. Once you have virus given, then you have antibody made against it. Okay? No, that's when antibodies are made, part of the antibody is foreign. That is specific, that is not present. That part of antibody is recognized as a foreign substance, part of the antibody, small part. And that small part which is foreign, it's a complementary comment. That is now antibodies are made against them. Self antibodies. Okay? They are self but treated as foreign. And once that is made, the cycle continues. Ping pong, what you call that? Continuously yin yang or whatever that is called, that some Chinese stuff is there. So that reaction will continue. Now these are the class 2, how the peptides are done. In the class 1 antibody, there are normally 9 peptides, monomers are presented usually. Okay, these are the key things. The class 1 MSC produce monomers, and MSC class 2 can have, this is more than monomer. That's the open structure, so something can hang out. But the binding portions are 9 amino acids inside this molecules. Okay. So HLA polymorphism in human. These are HLA, I told you, the highly polymorphic. So this is the source how polymorphic they are. I mean, these are all only partial data. That is a lot more than this. So you have large number of different peptides, different polymorphic HLA that is there. So this says that how MSC peptide and TCR, there are 2 molecules that are involved in immune response. If you have B cells, it is antibody. If you have T cells, it is TCR. These antibodies are, every antibody is different from every other antibody. Antibody against antigen A is different from an antibody which is produced against antigen B, is different from antigen C, etc. Okay. So therefore, imagine how there are how many foreign antigens are there. Everything is foreign antigen which is not present. Big data system. Okay. Then
Wake up somebody here. That's like.
okay, if you have that, imagine if everything is foreign, you can produce antibody. The number of antibody molecules are more than the number of protein molecules you have in nature, theoretically. Okay? And every antibody has a small portion, which we call the variable region, variable portion of the antibody, which is unique to that particular antibody. And these variable portions are key to retaining, generating, binding, everything, for everything. Okay. This is a very unique antibody. Those who, this antibody and TCR are very unique proteins, very interesting to study. Very interesting, and because the variation is so much, the diversity is so much, that properties change so much. Okay. And they are so much key to our health, actually. Key to our health. And you have, if they're not foreign, it could be also dangerous. I'll come to that when I pass those slides. So what happens, because since I told that HLA is specific and HLA is different from every individual to individual, now it is possible to do various kind of things. The available genome sequence of many pathogens and human. We know the human genome. We know the human proteome. And we know many of the pathogen proteomes. Okay. Make it possible to design vaccine, because since we are talking about specific peptide, therefore the peptides are the key elements in the vaccine. So it is feasible to design these vaccines for appropriate HLA. Suppose I know my HLA. If I know my HLA, I know what kind of vaccine peptide will bind to that. If a particular organism has that peptide, I don't have to take the whole organism. I can take the peptide portion of that. It's only human leukocyte antigen. These are a protein molecules present on the every cell. Okay? On the surface of cells, these molecules are present. Human leukocyte antigens. Or major histocompatibility complex. Okay, so know your peptides, that is the whatever the vaccine, antigen, etc. So know the HLA to which they bind, know the distribution of HLA in the population. Okay. Now, why are you doing the vaccine trial in USA and the same vaccine trial in India and same in China, etc.? And one place should be good enough, no? But it is not really so. Because the HLA profile of a given population is very different from another population. And also the racial types, etc. In spite of not being a racist, but it is truth that these kind of things are different from the distribution itself, the amount, number, etc. And then know the affinity of the peptide for the HLA complex, that can be done experimentally. And then avoid self or partially self peptide. This is very important. If you have a self peptide, that is, the peptide is present in the cell and it is present in the vaccine, there are two things that happen. If you give, it will not be recognized. So there will not be, it will not do anything. But if it is partially similar, it may be recognized as foreign. And if an antibody is produced against that, or TCR response is TCR is generated against that, that can react with your self protein. And if it reacts with your self protein, you have a reaction which is very bad. In fact, you know many of the autoimmune disorders, rheumatoid arthritis, for example. I'm not telling that happens because that self-reacting proteins are produced, and therefore you have this kind of problems. Okay, so avoid self or partial cell peptides. That only you can do if you know the haplotype and if you know what are the kind of things you are doing. Therefore, you can avoid them. Okay. So how we define a designer vaccine? Vaccine is designed to work in individual. That is, if I know my haplotype, I can demand this is the kind of vaccine I want. Okay. That is for the individuals. You can, if you know the HLA profile of a population, let's say population, let us say, I mean very general. If you know the kind of HLA distribution, then you can design a vaccine which will be very active in those populations. Or
You can design something for Nayak's Paddy's Patra.
yes. Nayak's Paddy's Patra is the first thing, that's individual. And then you can have, say, for example, for your village, if I know your village people, such kind of a type, now you go to your village and give that, for that city, etc. or there's the universal. That is what you are giving now are universal. Actually, you don't know, you take the organism or a protein, you just make whatever, and then you give to everybody. In some people it will work, in some people it don't work. And it is the easiest one to make. Universal vaccine are the easiest to make.
How robust it is? Let's say my diagnosis is slightly off, am I completely off? Let's say that's a-
No, because yes, this is generally robust, but that's why in some places it doesn't work. No. But if you know your haplotype properly and if you design your vaccine accordingly, then it will be robust. There's no question.
Then something for bodies, it won't to purpose.
No, it will not work for culture.
It can't be-
If there is a
No, no,
similarity.
no, no, the thing is how much degradation it will have. Maybe for bodies
No,
it
if it
90,
is,
other one is 80.
no, if they don't have, if they have similar haplotype, then it will work. Okay, if they have different haplotype, it will not work. But if you take one, it is so. If you take two, which are attacking two different haplotypes, chances increases. Then if you have take 10, then it, well, that is the way it operates. Hmm. Of course, they are wrong. There's no question they are wrong. It is their choice. I mean, whatever reason they don't want to take. No, you see, now you are doing the design, you are doing the universal vaccine. That is for everybody to work. In some people, there will not be enough of this antigen present, but that is less, no. So even if it works more than 50%, you should be happy. Okay, at least 50% people are protected. So now it is kind of 70, 80, 90, different kind of claims. So, okay, but what is the purpose? Maximize the effectiveness purpose. Reduce adverse effect. I will come to how it reduces adverse effect. Reduces immunological overloads. See whether it works or not. If you give lot of things, there is a lot of accessory factors that are being used. These accessory factors will be distributed, and therefore the effectiveness will go down. That is what I mean by immunological overload. Use of polyvaccines against different pathogens in single immunization. This is the most important point. Let us say we are having, we have different, like say we are having smallpox, we have tuberculosis, or we have measles, or rubella, etc., 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 many of them. For everything, you have a different vaccine, right? Now, if you know the haplotype, if you know the proteins, peptides, proteins that work, you know their genes sequence. That's why you can take them, cut them out, and make a synthetic gene that contains both a smallpox, rubella, polio, or whatnot. Okay, and make that, and you have the mechanism how they will be cleaved, etc. You make a synthetic gene, and you can either make synthetic proteins or you give synthetic gene itself to that as a DNA vaccine. And then you don't have to take 20 different vaccines. A single vaccine will work, provided you know the haplotype, okay, or haplotype of the population. Depending on that, you can design. So you can have what you call a poly vaccine. You don't have to go to the doctor, and you don't have to only being stuck different time. Huh?
I'm just requesting everybody to, because there's people custom.
Okay.
Put the mask.
So this is
Put
so this is what happens. So these are the advantages. And I say that why it is possible today. It has not been made. Okay. Previously, people are talking about personalized medicine, this, that, personalized vaccine. Well, it is in the thought process, but it has not been made today because of there are various reasons. It is needs a lot of research effort in the first place, identifying, etc. But also, not everybody will be able to know their HLA type. But just like
How do you
you take the lymphocytes And then you have the test, various types test there, and you look the lymphocyte stimulation. It is done actually routine. Routine, but not for all. Majority of them, quite a large number of them is done. Okay, so you can always find out the HLA profile, and you just can just like that, your blood group, you can have also HLA profile. It's very similar kind of thing. Little more, but it is very similar. I know my blood group, similarly I know my HLA. If I show my HLA,
You down the line, I'll just go to your blood testing center, find out my HLA, then go to give to the medicine, the vaccine company.
no, vaccine company doesn't make any vaccine now, no. Right now, we don't have the option.
I don't have an option, is it a
Right.
possibility?
Possibility. Right now, because they don't make that kind of vaccine.
Give your Aadhaar card and get your
Huh?
vaccine.
Huh?
No, it's all happening. We have.
No, because then they're taking the whole peptide, but not this kind of polyvaccine. Some labs are trying to do that, but not many. But then it's not very easy because the way your regulatory system is established now, you have to go through that. No, so that is what the problem would come. So available then that's a very important thing which you have done. We have published this work also part of it. The human genome sequence is known. So I know all the human proteome. So I know what are the peptides that is generated. So what usually in our lab we do, and many others have done following that, is that let us say a protein has 100 amino acids. And 9 amino acids at a time will take a bind. So out of the 100, I put all possible peptide 9 more that will be generated, which will be 92, I suppose, no? If it's 100 amino acids, that will take 9 more at a time, all possible ones that will generate contiguous one, that is, it will be 92. So I take all of them. These are all computationally generated, so you don't have to. I take that, and there are methodologies now available to this one to bind to different HLA, both by computational modeling as well as some through experiments. Okay, so then you check that out whether that particular HLA will bind to this particular that particular peptide will bind to this HLA. Why this human proteome is important is that if you have all the human proteome there, this peptide should generate, find out whether there are any of them which are similar to the human proteins that is there. I mean, peptides that we generated from the human proteins. If that happens, you take that out from your mix, because that can do more harm than good. Worst thing that will happen, the best thing that will happen, that will not make an antibody. That doesn't matter. But worst thing that will happen, that if that makes an antibody, and that antibody also binds to the human cell, then that is the problem. You want something which doesn't bind to your DNA, but only binds to the foreign pathogen. So that is why the human proteome analysis becomes very important. So this is what we have done actually. We find the selfness of this host protein with the host protein by blasting against the entire proteome, human protein. Entire human, because that is actually we don't do that. We submit the data. It was being done in the NIH somewhere, and they give back the data to us, the results to us. So this is actually a protocol that is given how you can develop a vaccine. You do that, you do this blasting, and then you select all the appropriate peptides, and you know the genes, you make the synthetic genes, you put them together, and then you can test that gene product. You do the animal experiments, and then you can do the human. Human also you don't have to do by injecting them. Because it is peptide and the interaction, the first step of that will be doing a lymphocyte, like you take the vaccine and you do that X5. You take the blood and then blood test you do. You don't do that by outside the body. Next slide. So this is actually. By the way, those who are doing plants, if somebody is interested in, please, there's a big future in this. Big future in that. You have done in IISc and other places. You express this foreign antigens, vaccine antigens, or the DNA antigens in plants. It's easier, it is cheaper, and it can be done in the back. Yeah, I know. It can be done your efforts. Okay. Yeah. You can actually take this. These are not, I mean, these are plant molecular biology, essentially plant biotechnology, nothing else. Except that the protein of interest to take as something which can be very useful. Okay. Especially the vaccine in your backyard essential. If you have an oral polio, you take. No, if you have oral vaccine, you can grow it in your spinach and eat it.
I didn't know that.
Huh? No. Edible vaccine. Yes.
Fortified food, so like vaccinated plant.
Yes.
Not like
Edible vaccine, that one.
vegetarian.
Yes, that you can do. The second thing you can do also, even if it is not edible, but see, instead of going in the microorganism, which is much more here, you can go in plants, no? And then extract it. It's much easier, much cheaper probably. No? Extracting but it will be much cheaper because, and you don't have to depend on the supply chain, like import cough serum, fetal cough serum, which probably will be banned in India after some time anyway. Huh? Who knows? Huh? So those kind of things are you can avoid actually.
Audit as vegetarian vaccine,
Yeah, vegetarian vaccine. In fact, it will have a lot.
organic vaccine.
Yeah, it will have a lot of. Then I go back to the. I'll not start. Okay, I'll just say. I'll go back to the. Now you have the COVID. And I was talking most of the things which I have done on the influenza actually, the published influenza. Influenza has a very interesting because you have seen that bird flu, you have heard about human flu, you have heard about Spanish flu, that pandemic in 1918, which killed more people than what Corona has done. I have listed all those things here, many of them, but various kinds of things. What has happened actually? Why influenza is, this has, the Corona or the SARS-CoV has, vaccine has some property in that. Both of them are RNA organisms, except that influenza is a negative strand RNA and this is a positive strand RNA. COVID-19 RNA. Is a positive strand, the coronavirus RNA is a positive strand RNA. That means its gene itself, but the sequence of the virus is also the message which produces the protein directly. Whereas influenza has to be negative strand, has to be positive strand, and then that will be, that is the difference. But with RNA virus, it becomes very difficult in the sense that this RNA mutates. DNA also mutates, but these mutations are normally takes place when the replication takes place, because the wrong bases are incorporated. Because it mutates and RNA replication do not have proofreading mechanisms. This corona has little bit, but influenza doesn't. So since there is no proofreading mechanism, therefore the virus changes, the protein changes. That which is protein was doing something, now it will be antigenically, it will be different the next time. So influenza is a particular problem because you have to make a vaccine against the infections, the fruit, the influenza of that infectious cycle. The previous cycle vaccine may not work. And similar case to some extent is COVID. That's why people are talking, no? The Delta variant, Delta plus, etc. The previous vaccine will work, something. So those are the kind of things that happen. And that is true with RNA virus. In fact, I have suggested sometimes, etc. Since you know all the sequence, sometimes your vaccine can be future ready. In the sense, you theoretically predict, looking at the genome, what are the possible mutations that can take place? One. If you look at those mutations, you make the proteins. But you don't have to do that. You can computational models are available. Because since you know the amino acid that changes that will take place, you make that proteins and you make the structure and find out what kind of structural changes that will be made. And if there is sufficient structural changes that are bringing in, which will be antigenically different, you can always prepare a DNA sequence, okay, which will produce that beforehand. And even though that doesn't exist now in that organism, you include that in the conclave. After all, what is happening? You are taking loads of things which have nothing to do with your organism. When you take an organism like that, or could be protein, many of the peptides are not working. Okay? They're not relevant, not working means they're not relevant. But only few of them are which are antigenically significant. So if you do that, you have a vaccine that can be future ready in the sense that present day it is not doing anything, but if suppose the virus changes, then it will be there, the antibody will be there.
But what's the probability of predicting?
No, you
There are
don't.
so many pixel prediction and it's just get predict one or two. It's not.
No. You know there are a lot of them will not be changed very because you see you just have to look at the structure and the prediction. There are some of them, if there is a similar amino acid substance, that will not change. There are only certain things which will change. So those kind of things you can do that.
Maximize the possibility.
Oh, I know what they have done is I don't know whether but that is no, they are not doing anything. They don't know what they are doing. That was quite different. They are selecting. Well, the future ready they say is the same thing because they are essentially doing animal models for that. This particular COVID what they did is that with that S2 receptor, angiotensin converting enzyme receptor, that is the one which binds to the spike protein. The peptide binding domains of LBD. So what they are doing is they put this S2 receptors into animals or organisms. They are modified now. Okay. Now, if you put the organism there, that's coronavirus, since the S2 receptor in that, they put the human S2 receptors. Okay. If you have the human S2 receptors there, then this organism is infected. Okay. Since they are infected and they are multiplied, that is what we call a natural selection. Natural selection of the virus. Okay, and these viruses, even though we are growing in mice or whatever, or even cell culture, but they are human, now become human, adapted to human. They are not anymore left animal because by natural selection you have selected them to be more prone to be human. So that is why people are thinking that whether they have the larvae because of these kind of experiments that we do. And that experiments also have been supported by various agencies. And quite often people do that kind of work in order to develop suitable animal models for a given research. But as usual, everything comes with a risk. There is no such thing as thing. It comes with yes. So, but this kind of things, what you do, the advantage of this is that you don't have the organisms. What you hear you have is little fractions which have nothing to do with it. It is better than your attenuated virus. It is better than the heat-killed or virus, and it avoids many of the risks that it is. You don't have to worry about growing a very dangerous organism in your body. What you do is you produce this small section, and you grow in organisms, E. coli or whatever, and produce a large number. And if you want to do, you can do also in your plants. So that's what. Okay, I'll go through quickly. I don't think that's much there. I don't have to go through because that is the antigenic shift and antigenic deficiency influenza is not because of the recombination, it's a reassortment, not recombination and mutation. There is always a change in the antigens, and therefore the antibody production of the next cycle of infection is not very effective. I don't have to go through this. These are all different proteins and the peptides you have analyzed, all those kind of things. So these are the kind of things that are associated. Antigenic drift and antigenic shift, but in COVID you don't have antigenic shift, you have antigenic drift because of the mutations. These are the reasons for vaccine failures. It also for other organisms. And difficulty developing seasonal vaccine. If it is seasonal, you have to do COVID, etc. Logistics, cost, time, and materials. So this is a suggested way of developing a designer vaccine. Okay, so I don't have to go through this. I wish if I have more time, I could have told about this. These are all different procedures that involve. She was asking that the Patra and the Mahabharata, how you know these two things you are okay. So what you do is actually you find sometimes you select a promiscuous epitope. There are some peptides which bind to more than one allele, many more than one allele. Okay, and these promiscuous epitopes are very useful. Because they will cover a large number of people. Yes. Not necessarily, but it is a very useful thing. So that's what we have done. We selected the promiscuous epitope which do not have any cell content. So these are all packed in what you can do to select a peptide in order to include in a vaccine, and this vaccine can be stored in the form of DNA, and DNA can be deep frozen. They can deep frozen. They can stay for years and years and years, even if without being killing or degraded. And then, when necessary, you can easily get back to the test tubes or whatever there. Bring the sample out and grow them. So it becomes much easier if you do not have the cell culture system to develop a vaccine. You know how much cost it takes. Growing cells, no? And the kind of things requirement are very different for growing cells as against the microbes. These are all different peptides, human peptides. You have time to find out how cells they are, how you vaccine. I think I'll stop here. It doesn't matter. These are all very details. It's been done for. I think I'm done.
So thanks a lot for a very wonderful talk. Even though it is not very, so I mean, not meant for a specific biology, but I think all of us understood. One or two questions.
Yeah. So, Yes, please tell.
Sir, actually,
Talk to the mic, please.
hello, sir.
Switch on, switch it on.
Sir, for RNA viruses, we can predict sometimes.
Yeah.
Sir, we can predict sometimes the mutation. I think this HIV is also RNA virus. But this is a problem. We are not been able to predict the mutation. We are not having this vaccine.
No, see, I have a simple answer. The answer is that if you don't look for it, you don't find it. That's a famous saying in Bible, no? How will you find it unless you look for it? One must have to ask the actual questions. Now, everybody knows that, but it is, the question is when you have a disease going on now, a pandemic, these are all useless. You cannot do this, take time consuming. Okay? These are actually what you do is you do these things so that you are ready for the next cycle. Okay? You can always, you do, what you predict is essential selection. It will be mostly the common sense. It will not be as difficult as it's signed. It's just not all. You know what are the kind of changes that could take place. If you have a historical reference of all these protein sequences, etc., you know where the changes are taking place. Many of these things are available. I mean, you can always use them together and find out what are the kind of possible changes that we are talking about.
Right. Any other question from any online participant? Online participants, specifically. Any raise hands? I mean, do you see any raise hands? No. Go to the top. Go to the top. Suddenly, top. Any online participant want to ask anything? Not anybody here? No? Hello, somebody there? Dr. JP Rath probably, right? Can you come online and ask a question?
Yes, very nice talk. Thank you, Dr. Rabindranath Naik. Nice to see you after a long time. Well, so this how far this efficacy of polio vaccine over the mono vaccines?
No, the efficacy will be to this because these polio vaccines essentially it will avoid a lot of immunological overloads. Polio vaccine efficacy has to be determined by actual either haplotyping HLA mapping or actual experimentations giving people and find out how efficacious they are. Because if you give a whole organism, you are essentially it is a polio vaccine, but they are in different proteins. And a polio vaccine is all those epitopes there in a single protein. That is the difference. Okay. Therefore, the situation will not change very much. If you need a haplotype, then you can say these are the organisms that is where it will work. And more important about polio vaccine is that you don't have to take 5 different immunizations of different organisms. All these organisms are close together in a single entity.
All award winners, if you don't put your COVID protocol, award will be taken back. No, you have to put it, please. I mean, it's a social responsibility. Occasionally, it's okay. Otherwise, fine.
So
Okay,
this-
and yes, one supplementary to that. Because this designer vaccine and the virus is a novel virus, the genome is still unknown. So how can we design a vaccine when the genome is still virgin?
No, if you don't know the genome, you cannot design the vaccine. But nowadays, how long it takes to find out the genome? not very much, very long. A matter of, it is just a matter of days. Why days? A single issue,
But still, after getting the genome, and still some people are evading the vaccine, and means we are immunized with the double dose. Still, people are jumping the virus is jumping the barricade.
It is actually, if you think that all the people protected by taking vaccine, that is not actually true. It will protect. But not everybody will be protected, not protected to the fully the same extent as they will different. That is a whole range that is actually in not only in what you see in practice, that is also expected.
And if we look at the chart, what you have provided, the Spanish flu, then many are influenza viruses, then SARS 2004, then SARS-CoV-2 2020, 19. So whether we have not learned anything from the last century or so, why still we are fighting in locking ourselves on the door and shutting down the
I think
everything?
this kind of approach, unfortunately, has not been taken. Of course, people have been trying to do this in a small scale, but this designer vaccine approach has not been taken actually, frankly speaking.
No, I'm
Okay.
talking of the designer vaccine is entirely a new concept, and it is still in the hypothesis stage, I believe. Like designer baby.
Right, I think Dr. Rath, you can have a different discussion. Let's not drag it too much into it. I know we have a tendency to ask many questions. It's nice to see a lot of
No,
curiosity.
what is this question?
Let it be the last question, basically.
What is that? I didn't get it. What you want to know?
So the Spanish flu, it is way back in 1820 or so.
100-year-old.
Yes. So again, the SARS, it was in 2004, and
Yes.
2019 we had SARS-CoV-2.
We have
So
in March also, 2007 or 8. And Middle
yes.
East. Yeah. So same
So
virus, coronavirus. Yeah.
why means why we have not learned from the earlier challenges?
See, the question of it is not learning. The question is practically it is how many people are working on it and how many people are pursuing it. That's the most important point. And more important point is something doing in the lab is one thing, but taking it to the field is a very different ball game altogether. There must be companies or there must be individual organizations which must be interested in taking this forward and see whether it works or not. Because you have to invest a lot in this, no? And in the final result, even the theory, everything is good. Can I predict that it will definitely work? That will be foolhardy, sometimes it cannot. So these are the kind of problem actually. The question is, are there anybody who is sufficiently seriously interested in take it from the lab to the field, or even the lab work to complete?
All right, I think got the answer. Probably you can also jump in and do
You
your
can
own
try
bit of
actually.
research.
To be very frank, I started this research when I ran out of money. No, true. Because the computational part was costly, Just you have the individual who are doing that will cost only. No other things are necessary. You have the computer, etc. That I computed from here. That will come in because of direct experiments, etc. The systems are well established. And if you have a strong computation facility, and even the networking now, one can do it at very less cost. And then the other thing is the modeling. That's also computational now. Part. So many of the things are actually done without going into the labs.
That is good. I mean, in fact, our university has a very good Dassault system software. It actually has a lot of things to do with biology things. So all of, those of you are interested can actually take help of that. And one of the award winners, Ms. Pita was right? You also, right? Rita and Rukmini are actually heavily using that. So extending to that is actually possible within the university itself, basically. So those of you are interested, I welcome you to do that. Any other question from anybody else before we stop? If not, let's thank the speaker again. We did a fantastic job. Okay, so what do we do now? We'll take a break or?
Thank you, sir, for such an insightful presentation. I'm sure those who are doing research in this area are going to get a lot of inputs from your presentation. We look forward to have a long-term association with you. Now it's time for the presentation by our winners. We'll start from Dr. Madhumita Das. May I request Dr. Madhumita, winner of Eminent Achievers Awards, to give her presentation.
If you go there, you have to stand also. Not really.
No, it's okay, sir. I'll just.
No, I'm just. Your comfort, your comfort. No, because giving a presentation while standing is a different issue. It's a confidence issue.
A very good afternoon to all. Wishing you all a happy Teachers' Day. Respected dignitaries and dear colleagues, it's a pleasure to talk on one of my research articles, which I have published recently in a Scopus indexed and APTC classified journal. The name of the topic is Community Empowerment and Conservation Through Ecotourism. It's a case of Bhitarkanika Wildlife Sanctuary, Odisha, India. It's published in Tourism Review International. Before I start, this is a brief outline of my presentation. I'll have a quick introduction, a small review of literature, research gaps, objectives, study area, methodology, results and discussion, and finally, I would be concluding. The first question comes, why ecotourism? The increasing attention on sustainable development goals and the increase in the problems associated with mass tourism actually generated the concept of sustainable tourism in the mid-1980s. And ecotourism originated as a type of sustainable tourism. It's now one of the fastest growing tourism market in the world. The International Ecotourism Society in the year 2015 has defined ecotourism as responsible travel to natural areas that conserves the environment, sustains the well-being of the local peoples, and involves interpretation and education. Several international conventions actually encouraged public participation and democratic decision-making as fundamentals for successful environmental governance. So, from the emphasis on conservation prior to 1990s, ecotourism actually has come a long way to include economic development, poverty reduction, public awareness, and also cultural preservation and empowerment. Currently, empowerment of the communities is one of the central canons of ecotourism. What is empowerment? Several scholars have defined empowerment. It's considered as a higher level of community participation where residents are given control in the planning process. There are several types of empowerment. Now, economic empowerment, several scholars have highlighted that once local communities are empowered economically, they can help in conservation because they will develop an awareness and they will conserve the resources. But in the cases have proved that economic empowerment actually help in conservation, but it is in the short run. To achieve the long-term conservation goal, socio-cultural empowerment is very much needed. Why? Because empowering the local communities socially, it will create a linkage between conservation and human well-being. And the locals will take the onus, the responsibility will come to them that they will preserve those resources which they use. Several articles, several authors have given their conceptual framework of empowerment, but very few studies have evaluated the indicators of empowerment. And more so for a developing country like India, where the society is heterogeneous, there is lack of appropriate policies to support the potential synergistic relationship between conservation and human well-being. This article has tried to address this research gap and has tried to evaluate the empowerment of local community with a detailed and intensive case study. It has used Bhitarkanika Wildlife Sanctuary as a study of my research. And it's ecotourism is a new concept here, and it is less research in terms of its impact and how empowerment is actually working to for the conservation of biodiversity. It's a very new topic.
But how did you collect the data with it?
Sir, I went for a primary data collection.
You went it.
I stayed there for 4 or 5 months and I collected.
Fantastic.
Yes, yes. I would like to take you to Bhitarkanika Wildlife Sanctuary. It is the second largest compact mangrove ecosystem in India. And in terms of diversity, it's a second in world next to Papua New Guinea. The Guinea's World Record crocodile is here. It's a wetland of national importance and Ramsar site. Its largest known population of king cobra water monitor lizard one can find in Bhitarkanika. And it's also one of the largest heron reef along the Indian east coast. With the research gaps and review of literature, we have tried to examine different organizations existing around Bhitarkanika Wildlife Sanctuary and what is the level of participation of residents in such organization. The second objective is to examine the effectiveness of those organizations to empower locals socially, culturally, politically. And the third and final objective of this paper has been to examine whether the involvement of the locals in different organizations has been able to reduce their dependency on natural resources. Data has been collected through primary survey, and the total sample size is 315, which is determined as the required number of sample size with a thumb rule of sampling. It represents 10% of the total villages. 155 out of this 315 are ecotourism participants. Now, participation is defined as a binary number where one who is employed in ecotourism, that person is considered as participants, and those who are doing any other work, not ecotourism related work, they are considered as non-participants. We have used both quantitative and qualitative approaches for the study to have a detailed and a proper result. This green area is actually the national park, the wildlife sanctuary, and data, we can see that the data has been collected from adjacent villages so that actually who are participating in ecotourism, we can get a proper information from those. We have used focus group discussions and also one-to-one face-to-face interview so that their perceptions can be actually determined during the survey.
But was it a planned survey or unplanned survey?
Planned surveys.
Planned survey. That means they were knowing that you were going to ask some questions.
Actually, sir, I made some effort to get their perceptions correctly. What I have understood is like people, when they know that you're from government, they will give a different answer. But because I said, I comforted them like I am collecting data for my own research. So through discussions and all, I tried to get their insights properly.
And do they change their opinion if you ask 2 3 times?
No, that I am sure. So reliability I have checked. Now, empowerment, in this article, we have used empowerment as a composite term to indicate number one, the meaningful involvement of the locals in different organizations. Second, autonomy of the people and access in decision-making process like political empowerment. And the third one is recognition of the uniqueness and value of culture, natural resources, traditional knowledge. So one is social empowerment, one is political empowerment, and the third one is cultural empowerment. We have used a SWOT analysis for assessing the effectiveness of community participation for empowerment. Analytic hierarchical process is used to examine the perception of locals about the socio-cultural benefits of ecotourism. And finally, to examine how far community participation and empowerment is helping in conservation, we have used a Provost model.
For the benefit of all, what is SWOT analysis?
Sir?
For the benefit of everybody, for those who don't know, what is SWOT analysis?
Okay, it's a strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat analysis. This SWOT is taken from the perception of the local, and then to measure this criteria, we have used HP technique. Ecotourism, this is a snapshot of some workers who are associated or who are participants of ecotourism. The first one is a plantation, the two are plantation workers, the second one is a petrol.
Sorry for interruption. What is the difference between just tourism and ecotourism? So what are the do's and don'ts?
So tourism can be mass tourism, like I am visiting Konark, it is tourism. But ecotourism is responsible travel. The difference between sustainable, like ecotourism is a part of sustainable tourism. In ecotourism, one is through this tourism, conservation happens, but conservation happens with the help of local peoples. So local communities take the responsibility to conserve those biodiversity on which they were dependent on.
The second do's and don'ts. There's a lot
Yes.
of don'ts.
Yes. And that is why, in fact, the price, like the tariffs for ecotourist spots is also higher. So as to filter that, one is a mass tourist or somebody loves like only travel for any other place. But for an ecotourist, you have to be a responsible tourist. So as I was saying, these are the opportunities. So ecotourism has actually created a lot of employment opportunities to those locals who were dependent on biodiversity previously before the introduction of ecotourism, and either they were dependent on biodiversity like mangroves and other resources, or they had to migrate to other states for their livelihood. So now people can work as patrolling workers, boat drivers, then restaurant owners, tour operators, and there is a lot of scope to work in restaurants. They can work as eco guides. So employment scope has been opened up. So I'll go to the results of my first objective, first and second objective, like how ecotourism is empowering the locals. How ecotourism is empowering locals. So along with the creation of employment opportunities, there are several organizations which have been formed by the Forest Department, and also there have been some NGOs which have which are trying to involve more and more community members. So we have Bitokanika Ecotourism and Eco Development Society, Eco Development Committees are there, and a larger number of Eco Development Committees are found in the adjacent village. The nearest village is Dangmal, where one can find more than 50 EDCs which are working there. Vana Suraksha Samiti, that is working. It is working in local schools. Eco clubs are there.
You can summarize your major findings and then.
Okay, I'll show that, sir. What we have found that the percentage of participation in different organizations, it is slightly high for participants compared to the non-participants. But participation in ecotourism related occupation does not refer to meaningful involvement of the locals in different organizations, nor they have any access in decision-making process. What we have observed that there is a lack of clear-cut definition in the role of members. There is lack of dissemination of information. Several ETCs have been formed, but there is lack of monitoring. There is a problem of supervision. Now, if I see the HP technique, the results of the HP technique, the criteria opportunity comes first, and then comes strength, weakness, and threats. I'll not go to the result now. I would like to summarize here. So there is a lot of scope in terms of involvement of more locals. So if we go socially, people are participating, but that participation does not have meaningful involvement neither in decision-making process, nor they know how the funds are being utilized, where from the funds come from. So there is a lot of scope for involving more locals and for a participatory management. Secondly, around 61% of the participants of ecotourism and 59%, they consider that only this participation is improving community bonding. But when we asked about whether they have a decision making, whether there is an involvement in the decision making process, only 7% of participants and 6% of the non-participants consider that there is access to information about planning and decision making process. So we infer that politically, neither they are socially empowered through those organizations and nor they are politically empowered. Even to check cultural empowerment, there are very limited steps which are undertaken by the Forest Department to illuminate people about the rich ecological resources. Like in focus group discussions, many people have questioned what is there so that many tourists are coming. So many non-participants, they do not know what kind of resources they have. And even if we see the tourist suspect, even there is no package for through which the tourist can get to know about the rich heritage of Bidakanika. The third objective now, whether we have tried to see whether those kind of participation, they are helping in conservation of biodiversity. From the Provost model, we see that employment opportunities in ecotourism, education, distance from the protected area, age, they are the factors that affect the dependence of the locals on the sanctuary quite significantly. The model has come significant, only these factors have come significant, but neither male involvement nor female involvement in different organizations is significant in the model. There are several organizations by the Forest Department, by schools, by NGOs, but mostly what we have seen that they are not empowering people. They are running for running sake. But what is happening is like plantation work is going on, but people are not empowered socially. People are not empowered politically. Neither communities are empowered culturally. So organizational participation has not been effective in reducing the dependence on natural resources. What we conclude is ecotourism is still in a nascent stage, and it has been able to create employment opportunities for many villagers, but it has largely failed to develop and expand social capital and thereby empower the locals. We have prescribed some policy measures for both the department. I have given my thesis to the department. So a few steps have already been undertaken. And basically we have suggested a bottom-up approach. If more locals will be involved, and only like I said that economic empowerment can also only help in the short run. To have a long-term conservation goal, people should be involved more. There should be a bottom-up approach and there should be a better participatory approach. Then only policy like ecotourism can be successful. So if you permit, I can show a short clip of Bidakanika, if you permit. Yeah.
Not more than 1 minute.
Sure.
Is it open for mass tourism from Central University? Not really ecotourism, but still. I think what I suggest is probably you can put this video in the Slack group, let everybody see that.
Sure.
Okay?
Oh.
That's better. So
Yeah.
people can see that in leisurely and all that.
Sure. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Nice presentation. And okay, why not? Everybody has any quick questions?
Yes, I have a very quick question. I'm just curious, actually, more than anything else, that how much of conservation is actually taking place in the minds of people. That's one thing. And how much of reduction in natural resource exploitation has happened. It may not have been part of your study, but what is your sense?
No.
that since ecotourism has started?
And it's one part of my study. Basically, I wanted, it's only one part of my research. What I have tried to see is ecotourism from a whole angle, like what is economic development, how people are developing economically. This is the socio-cultural aspect, and then is environmental aspect. For environmental aspect, we have one is Provost model, which I have used, and the second one is we have tried to examine through the secondary reports. From if the animal census reports tell that there has been an increase in the number of crocodile, which has been endangered. When it happened, when it started, basically, the number of crocodile was in 2 digits. It started from 90 around, and right now it's more than 2,000. So there has been an increase in endangered crocodiles. Similarly, from the reports of forest report, there has been increase in the mangroves. The forest coverage has also increased. And then we has, apart from the secondary resources, we have also tried to assess the perception of the locals. Now, the locals also consider that there has been an increase in animals, like wild boars, there has been increase in deer, because they can frequently see them. The human-animal conflict, basically from wild boars, that has also increased a lot. So people say that previously they were not seeing wild boars so frequently, but in the adjacent villages, deer, wild boars, they come regularly. So on the basis of that, we say that there has been an improvement, there has been an increase in biodiversity. And secondly, if I examine the impact, how people, what people actually perceive, whether they like to conserve or not, they are ready to conserve, provided they get some alternatives. Like if I measure the opportunity cost, what is the cost benefit of the people if they conserve and if they do not conserve? Now for conservation, people suggest that they should be given more employment opportunities. But yes, I had a question like, given a chance whether you would like to hunt, almost there has been not a single answer which said yes. So all respondents, whether participants, non-participants, they say they are not going to hunt, even given a chance. So there was a question to measure their attitude. They prefer conservation, they are ready to do it, provided these the bottom-up approach we can design. It's now top-down approach. People from the forest department, there is a conflict from forest department also. Like the forest department do not want to include more people. This awareness is not coming to them. So if that can be taken care of, this policy can become very successful.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Madhumita, for the nice presentation. Now, may I request Dr. Pradipta Banerjee, winner of Eminent Achievers Awards, to give his presentation.
So good afternoon, all of you. Good afternoon, all of you. So today I am going to present the research topics. Today I am going to present the research topic I have done during my PhD and during my postdoctoral work. So here are the few research activities I am doing in COTM. I am presently guiding 2 research scholars of PhD, and they are working on different phytochemicals and pest repellent. And I have working on this value addition of coconut oil. I have done with this collaboration with this Gramtarang Foods, and I have worked with Dr. Pritha Bhadra on the Spice Board project, where we are trying to develop a cleanser and day cream. So this is the recent research activities I am going on. And now I'm going to show you my research interest. So my research interest basically revolves around different types of nutraceuticals and its direct implication on human physiological disorders. So I'm basically interested to study the diabetic wound healing and the macrophage biology with the help of the nutraceuticals. So I'll try to justify the research interest of mine from these upcoming slides. So first, as you can see, I have worked with the natural fibers. So during the first phase of my research journey, I have worked with the natural fibers, and then I worked with the nutraceuticals and different types of nutraceutical products. And lastly, I have worked the implication of these nutraceuticals on human physiological disorders, more specifically on diabetic wound healing. So this is basically a work I have done in my PhD, and I have worked on this rami fiber. So rami fiber is not a very common fiber we know. We know about jute, we know about cotton, but this rami is not very common to us. So rami we can find mostly in China and in southeastern or in the Southeastern Asia. We find the reference of rami in our ancient Indian drama known as Abhigyan Shakuntala, written by Kalidasa. And also this rami fiber were used in ancient Egypt to wrap the mummies. So the main problem with the rami fiber was that we cannot separate the fibers. Whenever we take a fiber, the main aim is
Where do you
to...
get this fiber? Coconut, is it?
No, this is rami fiber.
Where do you get it? This plant?
So this is rami plant.
Oh, from different-
And this is a vegetable fiber building plant, and this is not very common. And only in India, you will find this in northeastern part, like in Assam, Meghalaya. In Assam, there is a place called Riyabari. So Riya is the common name of rami, and from that, we got this name Riyabari. Okay. So here, the main problem with rami fiber is that this is one of the costliest fiber, costlier than silk as well. So why we are not using this rami? The problem is that the rami fibers, two rami fibers are joined together by gummy materials. And it's very difficult to separate those gum material. And there are some chemical and enzymatic process to separate these gum materials and make the yarn out of this rami fiber. And this downstream process makes it costly, and that's why we're not cultivating. And there are also some limitations to grow rami fiber everywhere. So we have chosen two places for cultivation of rami and studying its biochemical activities. One place was in Shorbhog, Assam, and in another place was in West Bengal. So we tried different chemical methods to degum the rami fiber, and we tried to make yarn out of it. And this rami fiber finds its importance in textile industry, as well as to make the nanocellulose, as well as to make the surgical suture. So this rami fiber is an excellent fiber which finds its application in many ways. Here are the few data I am showing you. These are the gums, what you can see in this conical flask, and this is the degummed rami. I have not bleached it. This white is the original color of rami. That's why you can find in the literature it said rami is whitest of the white and queen of all fibers. I have not bleached it, but you get this white fiber without the bleaching. I have not used a single percentage of hydrogen peroxide. Now these are the properties of textile grade rami fiber should have. So rami fiber should have less gum content, and it should have higher tenacity and low fineness. The fineness should be low, because more fine the fiber, more costly is it. So this 1411 variety is the, as of now in India, is the best quality of rami. And in Assam, they have named it after Bhupen Hazarika, the legendary singer, and they call it Hazarika. And this is the data of wild type of rami. As you can see, this wild type of rami contains more gum than the cultivated varieties. Now, after completing this PhD thesis, and I have done many biochemical analysis, as you can see that what is the gum component, and I have done this HPLC and FTIR analysis. And after this, I have worked in jute also. And after that, I have moved to USA for my postdoctoral work. And my first project was on nutraceuticals. So the word nutraceutical was coined in 1989 by Dr. Stephen D. Phillips. He was a founder of an institute known as Foundation of Innovative Medicines, if I remember correctly. So what happened? The term nutraceutical was coined in 1989, but I was not familiar with the term. I first worked on it in 2017. And the first nutraceutical product which I worked on was on fermented papaya extract. So this fermented papaya extract, we applied on the human wound. So as you can see, I have shown in this figure, this is the wound. So this is the wound in the baseline. So baseline means in the day one when we first saw the patient. So it was directly on a human trial. I was not a part of this project from the beginning, but when I joined, they were doing the last phase of this trial. So at first you can see the wound, how much it is. Now after 12 weeks, after applying this fermented papaya extract, the wound was closed. So the fermented papaya extract helped in closure of wound. So this is the first nutraceutical product I have worked on, and I also worked on palm oil. I have not mentioned here, but I have worked on palm oil, and from palm oil,
This particular thing has nothing to do with Remy fiber, something different.
yes. But the expertise on Remy fiber, when I was doing Remy fiber and biochemical analysis, I used some sophisticated instruments like HPLC, FTIR, etc. And that helped me through transit to this animal model or human model. So now I worked on these nutraceuticals, and first I was introduced to nutraceuticals as well as I was introduced to this.
This papaya extract is to apply there, right? Not to drink or anything.
It was sold in sachet and it was sent
You
to
apply
you.
there, wherever only.
No, you have to keep. It's an oral supplement.
Oral supplement.
So just a sachet, small pouch, and it tastes sweet. And another interesting thing, if you see, we have applied this to diabetic patient, but one of the major component of this papaya extract is glucose, as you can see. And this extract were sent to us from Japan, and this was funded by the National Institute of Digestive, Diabetic, and Kidney Diseases in US. Now, after this, like I got an overview of nutraceuticals in that time. And if you see, whenever we talk about a disease, there are three things we should keep in mind. One is prevention. Next one is treatment. Next one is management of the disease. Generally in pharmaceuticals, you can see a pharmaceutical, this is my opinion, that a pharmaceutical can treat a disease, can manage a disease, but a nutraceutical can prevent a disease, as well as treat and manage. So nutraceuticals is a very strong alternative of the normal pharmaceutical products. So now, I will move on to this one, and I will conclude that how this dietary fiber or natural fiber, nutraceutical, and this diabetic wound healing is related to my research work and why I am interested. So this was a presentation we made in Wound Healing Society in Texas in 2019. And here we have shown the importance of microRNA 21. So there are many microRNAs in nature. Out of that, we chose microRNA 21, and we described how microRNA 21 determines the fate of macrophage. What there was, Dr. Naik was showing that myeloid lineage, macrophages, etc. So we studied what is the effect of microRNA 21 in the fate of macrophage polarization and how it helps in wound healing. So here we have studied this work on these patients who are suffering from hyperglycemia. So hyperglycemia, as you know, this is a common problem nowadays everywhere in the world. So if you have blood sugar above certain level, it is considered as hyperglycemic condition. And if you have hyperglycemia, then you will suffer from some detrimental effects. First effect is that you may have these loss of organ function. You may lead to amputation of limbs. So the target of this work was to reduce the rate of amputation with minimally invasive surgery. We will not let any person ampute their limbs because of this diabetes or hyperglycemia. So this was the view for, suppose, next 10 years. So now what we have done here, we have taken microRNA 21, and why microRNA 21? This paper helped us a lot, Turning 21. This is one of the finest paper published with this with the description of microRNA 21. And here they have mentioned microRNA has something to do with macrophage polarization. So as we know, what is macrophage? whenever there is a wound, suppose I have a wound in my body right now, first thing, the neutrophils and macrophages will rush on to the site of injury. And then what will happen, the macrophages will play a role by treating or by removing the dead cells, and it will treat the wound. So the macrophage has basically two types, or not two types, I will say two subtypes. One is M1, another one is M2. So if I have a fresh wound, then the markers of M1 macrophages will be expressed. And if you have a wound which is now healing, you will have M2 macrophages. So as of now, we'll remember M1 macrophage is not good, but M2 macrophages is good. We always want to have M2 macrophages in the site of wound. And microRNA 21 will help you to polarize the macrophages from M1 to M2. So this is the basic idea. And now we will try to summarize the whole story. So the whole story is that if we see a hyperglycemic patient, the microRNA level in the macrophages will be lower. And this lower microRNA will lead to increased M1 macrophages. Increased M1 macrophage is not good, but the lower microRNA 21 will lead to increased M1 macrophage, and that will decrease, or that will decrease the rate of new blood vessel formation. The new blood vessel formation is known as angiogenesis. So there will be decreased angiogenesis, as well as that will lead to impaired wound healing, and it may lead to loss of organ function. So how to treat these and how to deal with this challenge? So I'll show you few data. I will not show you the in vitro data. This is the mice model we have worked on. So what we have done, we have taken a normal mice, and I have
Lack of time now. So
okay.
let's just summarize your findings.
Okay. So here we have what we have done. We have shown in these diabetic macrophages how in diabetic macrophages the M1 phenotype is higher, and how in these diabetic macrophages MIT21 level is lower. So is there any relationship between MIT21 and macrophages? To study this, we have developed a knockdown mice. And in knockdown mice, in one mice, the level of microRNA 21 was less. In another mice, the level of microRNA 21 was more. And we characterized that whether the knockdown is actually a knockdown by the real-time PCR test, where we have shown that in the knockdown mice, really the fold change of microRNA is lower. Now we have seen that in the knockdown mice, the rate of perfusion is very, very low. And the rate of perfusion was measured by the angiogenesis marker like CD31, VWF, or PEGF. And we have shown that the epithelialization, or the rate of epithelialization in the knockdown mice, as you can see here, is very, very less. The bottom figure, you can see that the rate of epithelialization is not continuous, it's interrupted. And this is the model we have used. Then we found that not only in the macrophages, but also in the wound tissues, the marker of M2 was very, very less, and the markers of M1 was very high. And now how to cope up with the challenge? Okay. So we prepared
used to this, all participants look for the timing part of it.
So here we
1 or 2 minutes here and there is okay, but see, we don't assemble here to listen entire story.
Yeah.
Just listen the entire briefly about 15-20 minutes. What's the lecture? That's what it is.
So here we prepared a lipid nanoparticle, which was doped with microRNA, and we targeted the cells, and we got like the wound was relieved. Thank you. So these are the microscopic images.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Sorry for interruption, but that's
No problem,
another
sir.
part.
No problem.
Thank you, Dr. Banerjee, for the nice
Any
presentation.
questions from anybody? Any question from anyone? Even in online participants? All right, if not, I hand it over.
Now may I request Dr. Rukmini Mishra, winner of Eminent Achievers Award. Now it's time for a lunch break. We will again join the session at 2 o'clock.
Then end the discussion. End the discussion or put it on YouTube?
rejoin after the lunch break at 2:30. 2:15. We can rejoin at 2:15. Thank you. Welcome back all after the lunch break. Now we will move towards the winner presentation again. Now may I request Dr. Rukmini Mishra, winner of Eminent Achievers Awards, to give her presentation. Very good afternoon to all of you, respected dignitaries, all faculty members present. Once again, I want to wish you all a very happy Teachers' Day. So today I'll be presenting on part of my research work, like a very current research work that I'm doing. That is CRISPR-Cas9 mediated genome editing for crop improvement. So maybe those who are working in plant science there or plant research, they must be knowing that this is a very advanced tool, genome editing tool, which we are using for crop improvement. So before going to the detail, like what is CRISPR-Cas9, I would like to just give a very brief introduction, like what is the need of this technology? Like why should we go for this advanced technology? Because as we know, we have now requirement, like we know that by 2050, the world population will be around 9.8 billion. And with this huge population, growing population, and with all change in climatic conditions, and there are different issues. We have less land, and then water problem is there. Population is growing. A lot of new pathogens are coming into picture. So with all these things, it's a big challenge for the plant breeders to think like how can we improve our existing crops. Like it's not that there is no such technology till now that we are not improving it. A lot of different tools are there. A lot of approaches has been we have been following from last 40, 50 years. Definitely we are improving them, but still there is a need that we must go for advanced techniques or tools to improve our crops. So with this, I'll just start. What is exactly this genome editing? So there are different strategies, crop breeding strategies, where we can improve the crop. Like initially, it started with a cross breeding method, where we cross two different varieties. We have a donor variety and a susceptible variety. So what we do, we cross them, we go for several back cross, and then we get an improved variety. But this takes a lot of time, almost 8 to 10 years to develop a variety. Then came the mutation breeding, where we give some chemical radiations or reagents, and we try to create some variations, genetic variations in the plant, and then select a good line. That also takes time. We all know about the transgenic breeding. Transgenics, definitely they take comparatively less time, but then there are a lot of ethical issues, regulatory concerns. And so now the most advanced technology that we have with us is the genome editing, where we are not inserting any kind of foreign gene to improve or to improve a plant variety. Rather, we are going for endogenous modification. That means we are trying to change some genes that are like some sequence that are already present in the plant. If there is some kind of mutation, we try to edit them, or we try to insert some sequences where we can modify that particular plant. And somehow we try to create some variations or a new variety is formed. So that is what is all genome editing all about. Then basically, if I say from where it started, this CRISPR-Cas is actually a adaptive immune system in bacteria. So if sir was saying about vaccines and all, so see, it's that whole structure you are seeing, that's a bacteria. This one is a bacteria, and the bacteria is infected by a virus. So what happens whenever the bacteria gets infected by virus, the bacteria protect itself from the viruses. They have an immune mechanism, and that is what is this CRISPR. This CRISPR repeats, and what they do is whenever this virus is affecting, it is leaving a part of DNA in the system, in the bacteria. And the bacteria, what it does, it store it as a memory. And so it acts as a vaccination card, you can say. It's a like memory chip. So whenever this suppose this DNA is there stored already, it is getting transcribed, and then along with this Cas protein, it's a protein that is present in the bacteria. So it forms a system, CRISPR-Cas system. So if that particular virus is again infecting this bacteria, then it will recognize it and it will cleave it. So that is how it is protecting itself from the invading viruses. So it's a natural mechanism that is present in the bacteria. So what we have done is we have tried to modify this particular thing, and we are trying to use it as an editing tool and modify our plant system. Plants also, it is used in human and animals everywhere. So these are the two ladies, Jennifer Doudna and Emmanuel Carpentier. They have won this Nobel Prize in Chemistry in this 2020 only for this technology. It's a very promising tool. So this CRISPR-Cas9, we can use it for modification of plants. Now this is the basic mechanism. What happens is there is a Cas9 protein, that's endonucleus. Then we have the target DNA where we want to do the modification. And this is the guide RNA, which is a 20 base pair around thing. It's a synthetically designed RNA, which suppose we want to edit this DNA, we have to design it accordingly, which portion we want to edit. Accordingly, we have to synthesize the guide RNA. And this whole system, CRISPR-Cas system, it will go and move along the DNA. And wherever it will find a match, it will cut it. So once a cut is made, automatically it gets repaired by the cell's own repair mechanism. It can be normal NHEJ or it can be homologous recombination. So this is how the repairing is done. It's natural in plants. So these are the various improvements done in plants. This is just an overview. I've shown certain this non-browning mushrooms, and then drought-resistant maize, then disease-resistant wheat varieties, and domestication also. A lot of things are being done to improve the crops. So this I will talk. This work I have done in during my postdoctoral days in the Institute of Crop Science, Chinese Academy of Sciences. So what we were supposed to do is like a genome-wide association study was done in a resistant variety called Digu, and they have found that there is an allele. So which this is a resistant allele G, but if a variety is having a allele.
If you don't mind, can you use the mouse pointer so that other online participant can see that? This pointer, if you see, just sit down there and then use the mouse basically. The online participants can see what you're talking.
Yes. So this one you're saying?
No. Use that, the pointer will be there, right?
Okay. Yeah. So basically, if you can see, it's a resistant allele. And if there is a susceptible allele, then it is it is responsible for susceptibility. And if this susceptible allele is replaced by a resistant allele, that is G, then it will give rise to a resistance. Okay, that is the whole basic idea behind this was the work that I was supposed to do. I was supposed to change this A to G, like a single nucleotide change by using this homologic directed repair method. Okay, so these are the steps followed. First, whenever we want to do genome editing, first thing is that we have to select, we have to go for sequence selection or the target site selection. So that we do by taking the help of some in silico tools, and we try to find it out like which one is the perfect site for editing. Lot of off-target activity selections we have to do. So various tools are there for that. So once we find out that, okay, this particular reason we want to target or we want to edit, then we go for this vector construction where we have to insert our Cas9 and the gene of interest and everything, we put it in the vector, and then we transform that. And after transformation, we get the edited lines, and after that, we select those lines. Once we select those lines, and then finally we can go for a new variety. So these things I'll skip. These are all the research work. This is where you can see that these two lines. You can see this A has been changed to G already, but here it is not showing because the change is not there in both the strands. Here it is there in both the strands. That is why it is showing G. Yes, sir. So here you can see both the strands, we have changed, like editing has been done in both the strands. That is why it is G. But here only in one strand the changes, so still it is showing A. But then these both are HDR plants that I got in my result. These are the two edited plants that I got. So this was all my research in China. And then after coming here, I have started, like we have planned this for Chile. And recently the project that I got from DST is in this, this is the work that I have supposed to do, like engineering of CRISPR-Cas9 mediated anthracnose resistant in Chile. So I have just started, not the money is yet to come and we will start this work. So I'll be very brief. And sir? Chili, sir. Yes, sir. Chili pepper. So there is a fungal disease, anthracnose. So our work is to there is a this I just showed. Yeah. One of my previous work, we got a result at this ERF28. It's a transcription factor, so it's a negative regulatory gene of this anthracnose resistance. So if we can edit this, then we can go for this anthracnose resistance in chili pepper. So it's for 3 years. So 3 to 4 years it will take. Thank you. Thank you, sir. This much only for my research. Thank you.
Any question from anybody, including online participants?
Yes, a very nice presentation, Rukmini ma'am. So actually, if we look at the survivability, out of 313, around 200 are surviving. So what may be the reason?
Yeah, the frequency is very, very low actually in the case of HDR, not in case of NHEJ. NHEJ, it's a frequent mutation, so it's easy to get. But in HDR, it is more specific. It's very, very specific, but the frequency is very, very low. But if we get one edited plant also, that is going to solve the problem.
And what is the cost benefit analysis? Have you done that? How much cost we need to go for this technology?
Yeah, this technology is not that very expensive. So it's normally like the transgenic we were doing. It's that only. It's not that expensive.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
A comment from you? All right, if not, thank you again.
Thank you, Dr. Rukmini, for the nice presentation. Now we have with us Vice President of Centurion University of Technology and Management, Professor D.N. Rao, who has joined us online. Welcome you, sir. I would like to request you to say a few lines on this meeting.
Yeah, thank you, Chinu, and Dr. Radhakant Padi, Vice Chancellors, Registrar, everybody. I'm sorry I could not join you in the morning. I'm in Hyderabad due to some family emergency, but I'm happy to be here. And yes, it's a new thing for Centurion. We have never done this kind of thing before. And thanks to Dr. Padi, after he joining as Provost, he started this. And last 1 year, I think there has been significant progress. I'm quite happy about it. I should have traveled today morning to actually Bhubaneswar. And I hope this will grow, and next 1 year all the research centers will do much more. I know that this time some of you who are eligible also did not apply. That's what Dr. Supriya was telling me, as well as Anita also was telling me. I think you should take it seriously, and I think that the criteria are quite transparent and well laid out. And Dr. Padi has used his experience to set those criteria, and all of the deans and everybody has been involved in the data collection, I'm told. So one thing only I'm saying is that please do not start going on negative spiral. So okay, so those who have won the award doesn't mean that you can't win it. So they should motivate you to win it next time, rather than pulling them down or try to find faults with the system. It's a very transparent and based on metrics kind of a system. So I think you should look at, especially the H index and all that and things like that. So you should look at it and then start, trying to see how next year we would like more people to compete actually. And, in fact, I know Professor Padi had actually 9 awards, but he could not give enough this time. And I do hope that people will take it positively and will grow on this direction. I'm quite gung-ho about it, and we'll keep supporting this process. We'll give more and more money to research. You know that now TTL has given us this 14 crore contract. We're likely to get another 10 crores contract there. Whatever money is left, or rather saved from that, we would like to plow it back into research again. So I've told already GT Tech that all the money that is saved will be actually plowed back into products. It could be easily 2-3 crores. So all that money we will again plow it back to university for products and and services. So you'll have lots and lots of money. Apart from the the DBTs and DSTs and all that, you can actually go out the outside agencies. You could also have enough internal funding available for doing product development and patenting and those kind of stuff. So, and I'm sure this competition will make you energized, and so you have something to aspire to. And you all know that all of these things matter for NIRF also, that getting these awards, recognitions of faculty, everything is good. So I congratulate all those who have won. There are not too many surprises there. Most of them are also active otherwise. Some of them are also administratively active. So I did not find any surprises in the list that is given. Okay, there were some exceptions which I thought they will be there, but I think they did not apply. Dr. R.C. Mohanty, Dr. Bishwal, and quite a few others who have, I think, decent publications and all. Maybe they did not apply, or I don't know what happened to them. But I do hope, as I said, take it positively, and please next year at least, I would like more competition and kind of a culture which is very research-oriented culture coming up and stuff like that. Thank you very much, and you please continue with your presentations. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Despite the emergency, you have joined the meeting, and thanks for your encouragement for more research and product development. Now we will move forward, and I would like to request Dr. Rukmini. Now may I request Ms. Swarna Prabha Jena, winner of Eminent Achievers Awards, to give her presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone, all the members present over here and all the members who are present offline and connected. So today I'm here to present on the work which I'm doing since last 1 year, and we are working on a product actually. This is for the apparel garment production line tracking system, where we use RFIDs to track the total production line in the garment industry. So for this, the main aim is to monitor the total production line, and we are making the system in such a way that the supervisor who is present over there, he will able to collect all the accurate information in accurate time and in the proper right time. So we have few objectives to achieve. Rather, we have not achieved all the objectives which I have listed over here. So yes, we are able to capture the start and end time of each operations. We have a standard work time for all the operators. We need to find out what is the idle time, the machine time, idle time, and when the operator is doing the non-productive work, what are the works which is work in progress. We are going to also capture the quality of the garment, and is there any garment missing, or is there the work has not been done. So even with that, we are moving forward to capture the efficiency of the operator as well as the machine. With this, yes, at the end we will have a big dashboard where the supervisor will have all the information on its table. And here he will able to motivate all the workers. He can see how its performance, what he's exactly doing, whether he is meeting the deadline or not. All the information will be there on the table. And yes, at the end, he can develop the production report. how much production has been done on each station and by each employee. So these are the different objectives. Yes, we can add many more over here, but so for as we all know that we have come across many different methodologies to track the garments, for example, RFID barcodes and touch buttons. So yes. So we have here in the market we have three different technologies, that is RFID, barcode, and touch buttons. So this RFID, we are actually working on RFID. There is not much difference between barcode and RFID, but yes, there are few differences based on the read range, the read rate, identification, technology, automation, and line of sight. So if we see, there is a drawback in terms of line of sight for barcode, but there is no such line of sight required for the RFID technology. It's radio frequency identification. I'm really sorry, I forgot to mention this, but yes, this works on radio frequency, whereas barcode works on the optical wave. And this is a normal touch based button, where once operation is done, he has to press, he will have three buttons available with him. So he will press the green button whether the process is over or not. If it is not over, he won't press. Even at the end, there will be a red button which denotes the product, whatever he has made, the garment, the t-shirt if he is making. So whether it is up to the mark or not. So for that also, he will be having a red button with him, so he can press that. So these touch buttons are generally used at the final stage, not in every production line what we have. So before I tell, I should show you the concept which I'm relating it to IoT ecosystem. Yeah. So basically the work which we are doing is totally based on Internet of Things, where we have different layers and each layers are connected wirelessly to each other. So if you see this picture, we have three different layers. So the bottom layer is this, where we have the sewing machines, and the middle layer is the network layer, where it is connected to some of the networking protocols. And the final layer will be our cloud and the applications, where the supervisor can see and find out what are the different the dashboards he is having, and to get all the reports and all. So if we talk about the physical layer, so this is actually in general, IoT has 4 layers of layers, but here I have divided it into 3 layers. So one is physical layer, network layer, and application layer. So the application layers are generally used by the user like us, which we sit and we monitor everything. And the physical layer is where we have all the sensors and actuators installed in it. So what is the sensors and what are the different actuators we can use, and how it get processed, I will let you know in the later slides. But and in the networking layer, we have different kinds of networking protocols. So I will show you that also, what are the different networking protocols. So this is what our concept is. So we have right now we have installed only 10. We are considering 10 stations, and each stations have sensors installed in it. There is no actuator actually over here. So if I say what is actuator, it means it converts your electrical signals into motion. So we call that part as an actuator, but here we don't have any such actuators. We are only working with the sensors. And for this, we have used RFID readers. You can see this is the RFID reader, and there is a control unit with attached with it. What is the job of this control unit? Is to sense the tag which comes closer to the reader. It generates a unique code, and it will send it to the cloud where we have the database. So the total medium is the wireless medium. So I will explain each layer what we are actually doing. So this is what the concept behind our project. So let's come to the first layer, where I talked about we have sensors and the processing unit. So The sensor part here is the RFID reader, and the processing unit is the microcontroller I have chosen. And yes, before we start some project, we should take some, some criteria to be fixed. What are the different controllers which is best suitable for this product? So we need to choose that. So for that, there are certain selection criteria also. So as we know that we have to send our data wirelessly to the cloud and to the database which is located so far, and we are not connected to it. So we are only connected when we are sending it wirelessly. So for that purpose, we have chosen a control unit which is actually Wi-Fi, inbuilt Wi-Fi it has. So if we give power, automatic Wi-Fi, it will generate and it will connect it to the local access point which is available. And through that, we can send our data. So this is a very low cost microcontroller, and this is used by all IoT products. Sir, it is only Wi-Fi. Yes, sir. So, yes, sir, because it has certain future aspects also. I will talk about that, sir. And yes, there is a RFID reader attached to it. We have combined and we have made a PCB over here. So we need to test this, whatever we have done. Yes, testing in a lab is very easy, but when we go on field and we do the testing, there are many pitfalls we got. There are many challenges we face. And based on the challenges, we have also modified this PCB, whatever we have developed. And initially we have, put some buzzers to just get a sound whether the sensor has sent something or not. So then later on, we understand, yes, the person who are the operators who are sitting there in the SMO, and they are actually differently enabled, and they can only, see, they cannot listen and hear. So for them, we have converted everything into light. So once there is a scan, a light will come as an indicator. So finally, the packaging looks like this. This is the product which has been installed in our SMO. And from there, we are tracking. Sir, the dimension is now 11 centimeter into 6 centimeter into 2.5 centimeter. So we can reduce it also, sir, but the dimension, what we have done is, if we open the box, yes, we can reuse all the components which are present over here. So no need to remove it. Actually, we can remove and we can use it for some other purpose also if we want. So we have made such system now. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And this is how it has been installed. This is the box which has been installed. Yes, right now we are not operating as a battery. It is not battery operated. We are giving 5 volt supply to it. So whole system works on 5 volt, and we have installed it. And for this, we are using NFC cards, which are actually installed on each of the pieces of the garments, which come for the stitching in every stations. So they will scan, and once they scans, it will send, our device will send this, the box with the device which are present on this box will send information that this is what the scanning is with a unique ID. So every scan, it will generate a unique ID and it will send it to the database. And once we have a number of data, depending on the, on the dates and time, we have many data, and with that we can do certain analytics, and based on that we can create different dashboard as per the requirement of the supervisor. So the tags which we are using are actually detachable. It's not like once fixed and we cannot reuse. Yes, we can remove it and again we can use it. So these are these are the tags. So the one which I showed you, that is the reader. And these are the tags which are attached to on the cloths. And next, so here, up to this, I have explained you about the physical layer. So
that means that device has a NFC reader.
Yes, sir.
What is RFID?
Sir, that reader itself is actually reads, it is actually NFC as well as RFID. So this is the reader which works at 13.56 megahertz of frequency. There are many readers available, but we have chosen the lower cost readers and the tax. So the piece of these cards are only 12 to 13 rupees only, and the reader cost is around 150 rupees. The next layer is network layer. So this network layer helps us by which medium we are actually transferring our data to the cloud or to the server. So yes, here are different technologies which are being used by many industries and many people who are doing research on this. And from out of all this, you can see there is a variation in the range and the bandwidth. So you can see nowadays people can hearing LoRa. So we can see the LoRa is having the longest range. It means what? It can transfer data in a very long distance with a low frequency and a low bandwidth. So as you go up, the bandwidth also increases. So we can see the bandwidth requirement for a Wi-Fi is very high. Yes, there we found a drawback over here. And even if we go for 5G, 4G and 3G, 2G, there is also a bandwidth requirement and the range is also high. So for now, we are using this Wi-Fi. Yes, in future, we will go for this LoRa technology. And there is Zigbee, Bluetooth and all other are there. But yes, the distance also matters. So when we are going for, production line monitoring, then there will be many machines attached to it, and we have to see how in every minute, every 2 minutes or 5 minutes, how the data comes. So that what we are working on. And once we have all the data from all the machines, all the stations, then we can do much good analytics and we can find a very good visualization. So for this, yes, the protocols we are using is Wi-Fi. And yes, one more important part over here is how our data actually gets communicated from our physical layer to the application layer or via network layer. So we are actually focusing on MQTT. This is a very lightweight messaging protocol. So through this, we are able to send our data, and we call it as payload actually. And each payload is associated with a topic and a data message, what we call. And yes, our device is able to do the edge computing, where our device reads the tags and convert it into some unique IP ID. And along with date and time, we send it to the cloud. So we are using this protocol. For transmitting our data, there are other protocols also, but we are focusing on this. So there are different platforms for the visualization, but as we are working on Delmia Aprizo, which is a global manufacturing solution given by Dassault System. And through this, we can do all kind of visualization, control and synchronization of all the manufacturing operations. We can do it over here, and this is what is installed in the application layer. And with this, there are different tools available to us, and generally we have used 3 different tools which are present over here. The first tool is the process builder, the second one is the Delmia Aprizo client, and the third one is the SQL Management Studio. So the SQL Management Studio is just connected to our process builder, where our data comes and gets stored in the database. And once the data comes and stored in the database, we will use the desktop client to create such dashboards. And this is the final stage. And yes, these dashboards can be shared to the this dashboard can be accessed through mobile phone, as well as different systems who are not designing here using this platform. They can also use this dashboard. If I share the link to everyone, these people can use it, and they can see what is the production line and how it is going on. So here the so if I go to the previous slide, yes, how data comes. For this, we are using HTML, JavaScript, and SQL, all these languages to get the data. And these all data are captured using the stored procedure, and the stored procedures are connected to our SQL query, where we have created some queries to store all the data in a format, in a form of a table. And once the data comes in a table, yes, we all know that if we have data, we can create any type of dashboards as per our requirement. Only thing is we need to extract things from it. So what we want, like we want station wise information, we want employee wise information, or we want information as a whole. So that all can be done through this. So this is all present in the. So the future, this is not over actually for us. We are still working on it, because when we are working on a real field, we are facing a lot of problems related to power and all. So we are also working on it. We are facing difficulties, challenges. We are solving it out. And this is not a single-handed job. Yes, there is my team with me, and they are working along with me. And they are always supported to me. Without them, yes, this is up to this, whatever we have reached is not possible. And yes, we can add some other technologies also in order to increase the range, decrease the power and the bandwidth. And that also we can add over here, and it can be a comparative study that we can also do. So for this, thank you all.
A very good teamwork, right?
Yes, sir.
Prize money should be distributed among the team members in
Yes,
the form
sir.
of a treat, maybe.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So team members, listen that. Good work, continuing your thing, but whatever you have told is future work, it is sorted out very quickly. It will certainly be helpful in the long run.
Yes.
Also, the dashboard part of it is very confusing.
Sir, we are working on this, and every day, every time we are facing a lot of issues. We are working on it because we belong
User
to.
friendly. I mean, even if there is minimal information, it's okay, but it should look neat.
Yes.
That's
So
my
once
only
it is done, I will definitely show it to you.
Perfect. All right. Any question from anyone? Anyone? Any quick question, comments, whatever? Including online participants. If not, I think probably you have presented this many times, so that they have already understood.
No, sir.
Not really.
No.
Okay. Was it? Did it generate any patent by the way?
No, sir.
Not yet. Not even applied.
Actually, Channa ma'am has applied because ma'am has used some image processing to.
No, based on this work, whatever you are doing.
This work.
Okay, try for that.
Yes.
All right. Thanks a lot again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Swarna Prabha, for the presentation. Now may I request Dr. Atharva Dev, winner of Distinguished Achievers Award, to give his presentation.
Going to the next category. A brief introduction or brief overview? Brief introduction, right? Yes. Too many things to know, basically. All right, perfect. You can use the computer mouse so that people, the online participants can see what you're talking. Yeah, because it's a direct pointer, they will not see.
Thank you, everyone. Actually, what I intend to ventilate here, that is the major field of works, what I have done here. Exactly. I have joined here during 2017. So I'm going into it. Firstly, during I have started to be in the field of agricultural extension from 2012. Actually, during that time, I used to work on migration of agricultural laborers. Thereafter, during 2013, what happened? I have started to concentrate on actually farming system research. During that time, I have started to work with Atlas TI and NVO softwares. Actually, it was much more content analysis. Thereafter, I have shifted to family-based farming system. During 2018, during 2017, in my works, during my PhD works, I got some interest on indigenous technical knowledge, social network analysis, and people's participation in development in this kind of works. Actually, thereafter, during 2018, I was here. I have extended my PhD's work here in the local areas. concentrated on Gajapati area. Thereafter, I have concentrated on social network analysis. During 2020 and 21, it was very tough for us, the people who are generally working in the field of extension. We couldn't move to field. So I actually worked on during this period, extension communication system. And what exactly I intend to do, that is the next time, actually, I'll work on this people's participation on development process. So what I was talking about, that is family farms of East Shingbum. During 2013-14, what happened? United Nations declared 2014 as the year of family farms. Actually, this concept is not new. For last 10,000 years, we have been in agriculture. We have started our agriculture. From that day only, agriculture was a work of family-based work. But the problem is that when this modernization and this industrialization came, and it has had some impact on agriculture, after that we shifted into this consumer-based agriculture. But still now, what United Nations pointed out, still now, most of the farms have been fed by and run by the family-based farmers. Actually, the concept was what they told: family farms are the farms which are actually been run by these family members, mostly by the family members. So we have started to work, and it was a huge work during that time. We had I worked in East Shingbum district of Jharkhand. During this period of time, I stayed almost 7 months in the forest fringe villages of East Shingbum. It was 9 villages there. I stayed there with the tribal communities, mostly Bihot and Munda communities are there. As because
Do you do a little bit of farming also?
yes, sir.
Just staying.
No, sir. I've stayed with them, sir. What they were doing, I used to do
Okay.
during that period of time. So it was mostly concentrated in East Shingbum district of Jharkhand. The study actually, in the study, we intend to get the characterization of these family-based farming systems. Along with these, we had some objectives like gender dynamics in those family-based farms. And we intend to get those institutional influence on those farms. But I'm going into the brief. What we have found during this period of time, 5 types of family-based farming systems were there. It's there only 5 types of systems are there. Thereafter, we went into the details of the diversity of these farms. And we use Simpson and Shannon index there. And based on those things, family farms were indexed. Thereafter, we went into energy consumption and energy input-output relationship. It's actually essential, as because in agriculture or in any farm, this how much energy are being consumed by a farm, like bullocks are being used, fertilizers are being used, and labors are being used. We have converted it with USDA data tool. Thereafter, we have ranked those farms on the basis of this. And thereafter, we have also worked on the carbon stored in the woodlot of those farms. It's actually required because it describes the carbon storing as a part of the ecosystem. It's considered as an important strategy for reducing greenhouse gas emission to atmosphere. So we worked on it. Thereafter, we got certain rankings of those farms. At the end, what we have done, we didn't try to put those things in only these manuscripts of research works. What we have done, we have suggested certain models and we have submitted it to government of Jharkhand. They have, I'm happy actually they have some of the NGOs, they are implementing those things there. And also we have tried to inculcate people's participation, what Madhumita ma'am was talking about. Till now, we are having a model where all the developmental plans and everything have been trickled down from top to bottom. It was a reverse plan. We have created, actually we have made participated planning there and we have submitted it there. After that, when I entered into CUTM, actually during this period of time, I have worked on indigenous technological knowledge in agriculture. When I have entered into CUTM, during that time, I have only worked in Jharkhand before that. But when I have entered there, I got a couple of students of MSc and MSc. and PhD, we implemented this part of collecting, gathering and documenting and validations of indigenous technical knowledges from Andhra Pradesh. And we have also incorporated some dimensions like networks of ITK, indigenous technical knowledges in Gajapati district. Why it's important for last
They
day.
implement your suggestion, do they acknowledge also?
Sorry, sir.
When somebody implement, you told NGOs are implementing.
Yes.
When they implement,
Sir,
do they acknowledge
sure, sir.
formally, recorded somewhere,
Yes, sir, it has been acknowledged.
recorded somewhere?
Yes, sir. It
Not
has
just
been
orally.
recorded. Sir, it has been recorded. Yes.
Some publications.
Yes, sir. It is there, sir.
So there is that.
Joint publications are there.
Keep it visual. Publications can be there, but when it is actually implemented in ground,
Yes, sir.
you can ask for some sort of a declaration or whatever, then keep it with records.
Sure,
That's
sir.
the good thing.
Sure, sir. Now, what happened in Gajapati district? It's also a tribal dominated area. Why do we need this indigenous technical knowledge in agriculture? As because we are having a history of 10,000 years. And what do we believe? We, the people who are actually the school of thoughts of Robert Chambers, who do believe that agricultural domain should be dominated by the peoples who are doing exactly agriculture. And I do also believe that within this 4 years decorum, we are not being able to learn agriculture. It's not possible. It's a 10,000 years knowledge system. So they're having certain knowledges, and we can't decide things in an AC room. Actually, it's much more field-oriented work. So the knowledge system, it should be documented, but there are certain things that there. It should be validated properly, scientifically. So we have started to work there, actually, in Guma block of Gajapati, Odisha, and mostly we have used participatory rural appraisal there. And social network analysis was done through UCI Net software. Now, during this period of time, we are being able to get 18 new old paddy varieties there. After that, actually, what we have started to document all those things. Thereafter, a validation has been done with KVK's Krishi Vikan Kendras. We have been able to gather indigenous farming practices, 12 types of practices there, and some indigenous utensils and instruments were there, like it was all about 18. Now, the most important thing, as because indigenous technological knowledge and technical knowledge is a problem is there, it's not been documented everywhere. So if it's not been documented properly, then everything, all the knowledge system is based on their verbal communication. For this purpose, network analysis was essential. We have used sociogram, and thereafter we have used UCI Net software, and we found certain things, some good correlations are there. I'm having a paper there in my Google Scholar, you can find it there. We found that the aged male persons, they are having much more this kind of knowledges, and those who are having much more land areas, more than 1 acre areas in this area, they are having much more knowledge of traditional knowledge system. But surprisingly, we found one thing, that those who are having a connection with self-help groups, mostly by that has been promoted by ITDA of government of Odisha, they are now trying to collect those things. It was shocking, actually. I don't know. After that, when we went for this focused group discussion, we found that actually government is also trying to gather those knowledges. So they are stimulating these things, and this is the social details, social networks. I'm not going to explain it. It will take a lot of times. Thereafter, actually, we have used this tool of social network analysis in agricultural communication system, how these institutions are working. Actually, the study was conducted in Jharkhand and in 3 blocks, and you just see three sociograms are there. I'm just giving a glance about it, a brief about it. Actually, what happens? Suppose if we need to spread any kind of information to anyone, so there will be some person you see in our real life also. If we say something, don't say to another one, they will say it. So it happens, it prevails in everywhere. So if we intend to percolate a rumor, important information, we have to have those peoples. We have to categorize those people scientifically. So the study was all about it. And what we have found that this agricultural system is there, government system is there, KVK is there, and NGOs are working there. They are working on the agricultural communication system. But the problem is that in this system, you'll find this bigger blue-colored balls up there. Actually, it should be the government agencies. It should be the 33 lakhs NGOs who are working in our nation. For every 400 people, one NGO is there. In spite of this, these people are not taking, as per this study, that much initiative. And what we have found, the input dealers, like those who are selling pesticides, they are the major source of information for the farmers. So we have to, it's like work doctors, we have to empower them. So the study is having this kind of findings. Going into it, during 2020, it was really tough for us. We have not been able to move to field. So what we have done, I'm having a keen interest on agricultural IEC material preparation, like communication material. And extension is all about lab to land, scientific things, what has been developed by the researchers. It should be in land. But the problem is that we have to properly work with communication system. What we have found that most of the people or most of the organizations, they are preparing documents for the farmers, for the extension workers, and they are not getting it properly. Sometimes it's boring, sometimes they are not reading it, they just throw it out. So for this purpose, what we have done, me along with the Prashari Foundation's research head, his name is Dr. Kunal Dasgupta, we have conducted an online we have actually used questionnaires and sent it to several organizations. We had a sample size of 1,300 there, and based on those things, we have found certain things like what should be the titles, what should be the quality of the paper, what should be the contents, what should be the language. Yes, sir. Everything, sir. It was, sir, surprisingly, it was also there, sir. Sure, sir. So this kind of things were there. We got a regression model there. Path analysis was there. On the basis of this, we have created just 2 slides are there. And on the basis of this, after that, we have started to collaborate with government agencies on the basis of these research findings. We have created contents for MG Narega cell and Panchayat Ministry of West Bengal government. It was funded by Ford Foundation, and surprisingly, that year West Bengal government got based MG Narega implementation states, and somehow we got contribution. We have created contents for SCIAF, a funding agency, and also this year during 2021, Government of India's National Rural Livelihood Mission, they have implemented this PG playbook for their farmer society, and it was, I think it was as really I feel really good when we have been able to implement these things in our agricultural extension system. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Anybody has any questions or comments? Online participants today. Can take out the presentation. It belongs to West Bengal, works in Odisha. That part I know.
Sir, actually, I have spent a lot of time there in Jharkhand. My PhD work was there, and I have worked there for government of Jharkhand's third party evaluator for engineering. So, sir, I was there. After that, I was in Maharashtra also. Thereafter, I got PhD.
All right, any other questions? Otherwise, thanks a lot for that. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ratanu, for the presentation. Now we will have another tea break of 15 minutes. We will rejoin at 3:30 p.m. Thank you.
Online. Welcome back. We will move towards the remaining presentation by winner. Now may I request Dr. Dojalisa Sahu, winner of Distinguished Achievers Award, to give her presentation. Good afternoon all. Today I am going to present my recent work on materials for present and future technology. So today my plan of presentation is synthesis of various types of nanomaterial of different morphology, and the nanomaterial such as the metal oxide, doped metal oxide, nanocomposites, and study its inherent property and the enhancement of the property based on the different application like UV blocking application in the field of sunscreen and textile, and photoluminescence application in the field of LED and laser, photocatalysis property in the field of waste management and food packaging, in the application area of protective coating on protective coating for textile industry. And I have done also some work that the generation of hydrogen gas and pollutant degradation by dielectric barrier discharge plasma methods. And there are some work also I have done on the material property of the nanomaterials. So moving on to the next slide. Okay, thank you. So as I am a material chemistry person, so I am doing various types of nanomaterial synthesis and study its inherent property at molecular level. And based on their property at molecular level, I find some application in various fields of nanoscience and nanotechnology. So basically, this PPT is so I have shown here that I have done almost all the application in this particular area of the metal oxide nanomaterials. So I have done metal oxide nanomaterials, doped metal oxide nanomaterials, the metal-based nanocomposites material, and the similar structure also. And here, why we will go for this metal oxide nanomaterial, and all of you know the nanoscience and nanotechnology. Here the nanomaterial is the substances which the dimension is at least 1 to 100 nanometer in any of the dimension, either in 0 dimension or in the 1 dimension, 2 dimension, and 3 dimension. So based on their dimension.
What is 0 dimension? I mean, just for my curiosity, what is 0 dimension?
Actually, sir, the nanoparticles, whatever all the particles are at the 0 dimension, means the length, height, breadth, all
Close
of
to 0.
yes,
Close to 0.
close to 0. So it is 0 dimensional. So according to the dimensional behavior or the classification, you can say. So these are some synthesis route we have adopted in the CUTM lab
that the different method and prepare the nanostructure materials. So you can see very beautiful nanoparticles and nanostructures are obtained by the simple wet chemicals methods. So for the co-precipitation methods and salt gel, sonication, spray pyrolysis, these are all the low cost methods. There is no sophisticated instrument is required to synthesize these types of nanoparticle, and very low chemical cost is also required. So here I have done almost all this synthesis method, and you can see very beautifully the nanostructures. That is by changing the size, shape, and the morphology, there is a drastic change in the material behavior in that molecular levels. Means,
What's the amplification factor here in the picture?
sir, it is some scanning electron microscopic study about 50,000 x. That is the resolution of scanning electron microscopy studies. So if you go for any high resolution, then you have to choose the transmission electron microscopy. But these are all the scanning electron microscopy studies. So according to the size and shape, means nano rod, nano brick, and nano flower, the property is gradually changes. The mechanical property, the optical property, electronics property gradually changes from for the nanoparticles. Okay. So based on that structural behavior of the nanoparticle, these are some publications I have published based on the growth morphology of the nanoparticles. So it is very convenient to synthesize the nanoparticle, but the analysis part, means how you characterize the nanoparticle, that is difficult, because you have to analyze the particle by high sophisticated instrument like XRD, scanning electron microscopy, XPS, in order to know.
What do you mean by characterization? Is it mechanical properties or chemical properties?
Sir, it is structural property, optical properties. And for mechanical property, we have to go for the strength and the tensile strength and all the UTM, hardness, and tear strength, young modulus.
What do you mean by structural property? The same.
Yes, sir, the same. So, so based on that property, I have identified one of the very important property, that is the UV blocking property. And I have chosen one of the material, that is the semiconducting zinc oxide material. And you can take titanium dioxide as an intrinsic semiconducting material, zinc oxide, SnO2, cadmium sulfide. So these are some of the semiconducting material, and they will show some UV blocking property. So I have taken here zinc oxide. So why zinc oxide? Because zinc oxide has the property to absorb both UVA radiation and UVB radiation. So my aim is to synthesize such types of UV blocking gel or such types of UV blocking lotion, which will actually cover all the broader spectrum of UV, that is UVA, B, C, as well as the visible light and IR light source from the solar radiation. So that is the objective, to study this UV blocking property by incorporating this zinc oxide nanoparticle into any of the organic or you can say the herbal products.
I'm curious to know that. Is it you are talking about some sunscreen or something? Applying some.
Yes, sir, UV blocking.
Sunscreen.
Yes, sir. So basically, what will happen? The UV, whatever the, according to the Indian Drugs and Cosmetic Administration, or that we have some 6 or 7 types of skin types. So we Indians actually have the skin type 4. So skin type 4 is that our skin always tan, but there is a minimal sunburning. So we actually don't know any sunscreen, the cream. Actually, we generally need a sunscreen lotion which will provide or which will cover all the UV radiation. So that is the sunscreen gel, and here by preparing any sunscreen lotion or sunscreen or UV blocking gel, you can cover all the solar radiation. So the tanning problem will minimized. So that is the aim to.
Particles are also known for toxicity.
Yes, sir. I am studying about the toxicity also, the toxicity property, because there is no regulatory act for the toxicity effect. already people are using the sunscreen which contain zinc oxide and titanium dioxide, but the particle size is about micron level. But here I am using the nano level. So why nano level? Because in micro level, whatever the sunscreen we are applying, that will retain some patches, or like there is some visibility in the sunscreen, means some white color area will leave after applying that types of sunscreen. But if it is a nanoparticle, it will just opaque, but it will the spreadability is high. So in that,
I don't want to disturb the code, but I also have a small objection that this is possible.
yes sir, yes sir.
The nanoparticles can actually get inside the skin.
But sir, there is a level, means according to the literature report, that beyond 30 nanometer we cannot use the substance as a sunscreen lotion. So above 30 nanometer, up to 30 to onwards 100 nanometer, we can use the nanoparticle. Yes sir, yes sir. So that is the one objective, to prepare and formulate, means after a long formulate, means I have prepared a number of sample, a number of batches of the sample of this sunscreen gel, or you can say the UV blocker gel, and calculate the SPF factor. And this SPF factor is reported in the literature, that is a mathematical model that is known as the Mansour mathematical model. And this model actually tell what is the erythroma, the spectral position, what is the absorbance of the sunscreen, whatever you have prepared. And every time I am getting the SPF factor 25 to 30, it's not more than that. So here in our Indian climate, we are using some above 30 sunscreen lotion or sunscreen gel. So that is the work. The part of the work has been published, but the work is going on here. And again, whatever the phytochemicals are used, or the organic compounds are used, that are also not photostable. So zinc oxide play a great role in order to get a stability to the organic herbal product what we are using in the sunscreen lotion. So next property is your luminescence property, and this property leads to your LED preparation and your optoelectronics device fabrication. So the luminescence property, that is known as the photoluminescence, means when a nanomaterial is exposed to electromagnetic radiation, it will emit some color light source. So based on that principle, I have prepared some of the nanomaterial, doped nanomaterial, and composite nanostructure material, and study its luminescence property in detail. So here I have presented some gold doped and some rare earth doped nanomaterials, and see what are the effect after doping the nanomaterial into the nanostructures. And based on that, some part has been also published. So that is another property. Then the next beautiful property is your catalysis property, that is known as the photocatalytic property. And why I have chosen this property? Because because due to the massive growth of industrialization, and there are a lots of industry which generating industry like your dye industry, plastic industry, and textile industry. They are producing a lots of color effluent in terms of dye, and that color effluents and dye molecule cannot degrade after the primary treatment of the wastewater. So you have to go for the secondary treatment. So when you go for the secondary treatment, then there is also a chances of leaving the non-degraded particle inside the water. So this particular method, the photocatalysis method, is that when you expose this material into the solar light or UV visible light, then it will produce some reactive species, and that reactive species are sufficient enough to degrade the organic dye molecule, because the dye molecule is a macromolecule, and it cannot be degraded at once, means you can say at the first two treatment of the wastewater. So you have to go for some 2-3 treatment. But here in this method, very little amount of photocatalyst like your zinc oxide, titanium dioxide, SNO2, or there are some nanocomposite. They play a great role to degrade this types of hazardous and carcinogenic chemicals, that is the dye-molecules. So that is another types of property I have studied. So the next application of the nanomaterials, what I am doing currently, and that is the application towards the food packaging. So all of you know that food packaging is an important part of the food supply chain, because because here we can see there is the food deterioration, there is the decrease of shelf life of the food, and simultaneously the food packet. So in order to overcome that problem, I have incorporated some of the nanoparticle into some biopolymer plastic, which is degradable, and study its mechanical property, its thermal property, its antibacterial and antifungal property, and make sure that what should be their stretchability, the abrasion resistance, and everything. And in order to apply this film to the food packaging area. So that is another application. So here I have taken some of the biopolymer like your chitosan starch, and I have varied also the different composition, like here you can see the silver, the agar-agar, or the PBA. So these are some of the area what I am recently working. And then the next application is the protective coating on textile. So basically what I have suggested here, the textile is the cotton fabric and the sterile gauze. Sterile gauze is the medical gauze, what is the gauze are there. And all of you know that those who are doing the fabric work, so cotton fabric actually will provide a large surface area, and that is prone to your bacteria and fungus. So bacteria and fungus can retain or produce the odor, the very bad odor to our cloth when we are using that cloth for a longer duration of time. So that cotton fabric or the gauze, whatever the things are there, how can we incorporate some nanoparticle? Because again, sir told that nanoparticle is toxic to the bacteria and to the fungus. So it will produce some reactive oxygen species, and that reactive oxygen species is responsible to degrade the bacterial cell wall or the fungal cell wall, and increase the textile property, the cotton textile property. So here the next one already the antibacterial study and the mechanical property already I have done. Only the UPF factor I am doing this one. We are doing the ultraviolet protection factor. Means before I have told you that it absorbs all types of UV radiation. So this work is going on. Already antibacterial study and mechanical property means the tearability, the dimensional stability, the abrasion resistance, and the thermal property. Already I have studied that one. So that is the recent work published in 2021. It is a recent one. And last but not the least, I have done some work on dielectric barrier discharge plasma. This is based on your plasma chemistry and plasma physics. And generally in the discharge phenomenon, it is the plasma discharge, there should be two electrodes, that is one cathode and one anode. Here I have removed one of the metallic electrode and used the conducting seawater as a electrode material, and compare what is the amount of hydrogen generation, what is the amount of energy efficiency, and what are the actually difference when we are using the metal electrode as the two electrode or the conducting seawater. So initially I have collected all the seawater and go for a primary treatment, and then I have used this conducting seawater as a secondary electrode and verify or compare all the property there. And based on that property, also there is some work I have done on the degradation of industrial wastewater based on the same principle of the dielectric discharge plasma. And this whatever the water I have collected, it is from the plastic industry, because the starting material of a plastic industry is phenol and cyanide. So I have collected that water from you, from that industry and go for a study for the degradation of phenol and cyanide. And I have seen that almost 92% of cyanide is completely degraded after passing through the dielectric barrier discharge plasma methods. So that is another work along with the nano particle nanostructure work or the nanoscience work I am doing. So this is a continuation work, that is the theoretical study that the last 2 years in the pandemic, we are doing this types of research, that the simulation work. Whatever material I have synthesized, I go for the simulation, and the simulated study also is matched with my experimental data. So these are the some, and I have done this by Material Studio, the Dassault system software, that is the Material Studio. And this is the current highlights of my research work on 2021 that currently I am doing this. So thank you.
Thanks a lot. A very wonderful presentation. And the slides are very good. I mean, so far, so good. I mean, all whatever I've seen, the slides are well prepared. So continue your journey. Probably you should aim for the next level award also a couple of years later. Also share your number with me. I'll talk to you separately. All right.
Thank you, Dr. Dojalisa, for the presentation. Now may I request Dr. Sujata Chakrabarti, winner of Abdul Kalam Chair Professor, to give her presentation.
Yes, Rahul also come, right? Only one more, right? Sorry. Okay, that's okay.
Good evening to all. Once again, happy Teachers' Day to all the teachers here, online and offline. My presentation will be early warning system to avoid elephant-tail collision using artificial intelligence and IoT. Here, the current scenario, that is all animals have the important roles in an ecosystem. Some animals help to bring out the nutrients from the cycle, while others help in the decomposition, carbon and the nitrogen cycles. All the animals and plants in the ecosystem coexist and balance each other. Our country is also committed to save wild animals. But in the recent year, elephant-tail collision has led to death of elephants. Despite the Department of Railway safety measures, reports of collision and resultant loss of elephants, population keep coming. And this system is proposed to animal security and safety. It uses sensors, artificial intelligence, deep learning, then the Internet of Things to alert the railway authorities, that is basically a loco pilot, about the movements of the elephant. This will go a long way to avoid collision and to save the lives of the elephants. This is I can tell you that this is the ongoing project. It is not completed. I can tell you it is only the hardly 20% or like that it is completed. That means miles to go in this project. I need the help. I've done all many others work also, but I want to present this because really I need the help from many, that means from the senior management and others to complete or to do this project. So here the technology used, the sensor technology, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence and machine intelligence, renewable energy, low power rain, then your video and image processing. Here the different states and versus the number of corridors present in India. That is Arunachal Pradesh 8, Odisha 14, Assam 12, like that. It is in the all the that means the states where these corridors are present. That is pictorially presented here. So I want to concentrate on Odisha itself. Here 14 different corridors are there. these 14 corridors are present over here. So the here length of the, according to the length of the corridors, it is being present here from the smallest to the highest. And the Noyagarh is the 2.5 kilometers length. So we want to concentrate on that first. And it is also that means till now the works have done like it is really it is particularly a student project. They have done on 2020 batch pass out batch. After completion of their course, I thought that I should check whether any patent is there on this work or not. So I found that no patents were there that time. That's why I just contacted to the novel patent and I applied the patents. So the students who are there with me that time, these three students are there at that time. So it is the Payal and Abhijit and the Sujit. Three students are there. So after that, this is the patent was published on 19th. I applied. 14th September I got, that means it was published and it was granted also 22nd March. After that first meeting with Railway Department is 25th March 2021. They are also the very senior people of the Railway Department. They are very keen to this project. The General Manager, Chief Transportation Manager, Principal Chief Engineer. So many senior officials are there. So they are also very interested to do this and to implement this. Then one committee was formed on 4th June with the three senior people of the Railway Department, that is the Chief Truck Engineer, Chief Traffic Planning Manager, and the Chief Communication Engineer. Then the second meeting, we have presented on 6th July in front of these three men team members of Railway Department. Then 16th July, they have given like whatever they have suggested, they have formulated it into a document and they have given on 16th July, 16th June, I think so. It is around 16th July, yeah. Then 1st August, we have sent the reply. Also on the 7th April 2021, we have given the presentation in front of the Forest Department. They are also very much interested, and Sri Manoj Mahapatra, IFS Director of the Nandangana, he was also present. And so other senior professionals are also present. They are actually, they told that they will not give any financial support, but all the logistic support they are ready to provide. But they told that we have to first, like prototype should be ready and we should implement a little bit. After that only they will give the support. That means Railway Department will finance, but after that only. But Forest Department told that they may not finance, but they will give all the logistic supports if we go to them. Then on the 16th August.
To make the more little lighter, why elephant only? Why not tiger, lion? All sort of things.
It is that time actually when the students we have done that that time that the Calcutta that accident happened. So just
anything to do with the huge size. The sensor that you are using, the elephant is huge size. Yeah. And there is a particular skin color also. Is there anything to do with that?
Yes, that means we have to. That is the image and video processing we are doing to find out the pictures of the elephants like that.
It is only elephant. If the tiger is there, only God can save it.
No, just with that object detection part only you have to change, nothing else, nothing more than that.
And also these kind of problems, I mean, I'm just taking just devil's advocate or make them more lighter. Okay, what is the probability of false alarm? So there is no elephant, the signal keeps on coming, there is elephant, there is elephant, there is elephant, train goes in 20 km speed actually. So ultimately the entire transportation system is screwed up because of this. So the probability of false alarm.
False alarm, no, it will not give any false alarm till
no AI system is ever 100%. Okay.
Oh yes, that is true.
That
but
is our detection is ever 100%.
Yes, our detection is 98%, of course. Till now, it is not 100%, and it is not possible also.
No,
I know
combination of both actually. Combination of sensor error and combination of AI error.
Yes.
Multiply both the probabilities and probability will come down actually. So you know 0.8 into 0.8 is 0.64 actually.
Yes.
Right? That kind of thing will come down, and then your train system will move very, very slow.
Yes.
Okay.
And the real implementation at the time
then
of
when you
real
are talking about bullet train on one end, and you talk about slowing down the trains on the other end, I mean, how does it work? I mean, so think in a holistic manner, both
Yeah.
sides of the story, basically, not just one side.
On the 16th August, we have applied a proposal to the ACRB, and till now we did not get any finance. So I am hopeful that we should
Finance
get.
is there, best vice president told already, there is a lot of finance actually. So why are you worried about that?
DC madam has given some money, so we have purchased some little bit thing, then we are formulating the things, but we need the funds to do that. So now with me, these are the students. We have that means at the time of doing the first work, they are there with me. Now with me, the team members are Subrat and Sona. So we combined do the work, and in between for 2 months, 2 interns were there, that is Utpanna and Ansi, but now they are not there in the institute itself. So this is the proposed work. Here, this is the forest area, and this is the railway track. So 2 zones are there. Whenever so first these are the proximity sensors are installed here in the first zone itself. So in the that means sensor when sense any living things, then it is first activated. It will activate the camera module just to sense whether that living being are the elephants or any other things. So at that point the the image and video processing are there. So after detecting yes, it is an elephant, then it is the automatically the horn, that means elephant horn will be that buzzer will be the sound, will give the sound. So that in that case it may happen that elephants will go to the deep forest. So if they will ignore it and they will coming towards the railway track, then what happened, this base station is there, where base station will give a signal to the railway control room that elephants are coming towards the railway track. So in the then automatically either that loco pilot will decide whether they should stop or they should that means after all also if the speed of here the speed of the railway the corridor is 60 kilometers, but we are assuming it is at the 100 kilometers per hour. So accordingly we have decided the things. So this is the that means one unit here. It is the things which are present here, the camera which is 360 360 degree views, and the elephant on and the wireless node devices for the sensor and communication unit. So LoRa is used for the communication unit, and here also we have faced lots of problems like testing the LoRa. It is in the literature, it is being there that 10 kilometers it will communicate. But when we tested it in the campus itself, it was only hardly 700 meters or like that. Then we have gone to the Pahara, that means building and other things are less. At that moment also 1 point something kilometers only we could do that. After that, we need a very lonely place to really that means test the LoRa. Okay, after that only we could decide it. And other thing is if we can use the communication system of the railway department, then it will be cheaper and easier also. But they are planning, they are thinking about it, but till now they have not given any green signal to use their communication channel. So that's why we have to think that otherwise also, that means LoRa or anything we have to use. So then this is that means one camera module will be installed between the 10 the proximity sensors, and it is around that means 150 meters it will be. So then this is the base station where the processing unit, node unit, and the LoRa communication unit will be there. And also in the relay control room, the one LoRa will be present. So the transmission of the communication will be it can happen. And this is that means that means we are assuming here as the 100 kilometers per hour train is moving in the corridor, though it is in the literature as well as in the railway department also told that it is 60 kilometers, 40 to 60 kilometers per hour in the railway corridor they are doing. But still we think that it is 100 and the 50 kilometers per hour for the elephant. Generally, when it is, of course, it is 40 kilometers or 35 to 40 kilometers, but in the worst case, it is suppose 50 kilometers. So, for the that means by the little bit calculations, we are having the 2.5 minutes for all the events like detection, elephant detection, identification, communication, and the response. So within 2.5, we can 2.5 minutes we can do all the tasks. So.
Is it good or bad? 2.5 minutes? It looks a little bit long time.
Oh, yes, of course. That means we thought that we should repeat 1.5, but railway department told that it sometimes it may have some problem in sensor or like that some questions they have arisen. So we could that means after that we did it for 2.5. That means all are the worst case scenario. 100 kilometers per hour the train, that is also worst case. 50 kilometers for the elephant, that is also worst case.
100 kilometers per hour is peanut case.
No, because the corridor, the elephant corridor, their speed is 40 to 60 kilometers, 40 kilometers.
Now we talk modern trains, 180 kilometers per hour.
Yes, but not the elephant corridor. Yes. So another offer also we got from the Karnataka and Tamil Nadu border, one village, I did not remember that village name. They are also interested to, if financially it is possible, then they are ready to install their place because that village, many losses, elephant used to go to that village and many losses they did for that reason.
What is unique about train line? I mean, your proximity sensor. And sensor gives the signal and finds it out, right? Why train line? Why not roads actually?
Roads, only elephant corridor. Elephants will go in the particular way. So these are the corridors.
No, why are you tying it up with the train line sort of? It may not be train line, right? It can be any road also. Anything.
Any road, yes. Actually, DMs had told that just to here also in the campus, we should implement it for the dogs. So we did it actually.
Who will take right?
Yes. Can be possible.
The only thing is this: when the sensor sees you, you should not declare as a dog actually. that is also right. Okay, so think about that. The pulse signal is always a very big headache because these sensors are very cheap actually. So are you doing multi-sensor data fusion, something like that? I mean, boating sense at least. Like 3 sensors will detect, and if 2 tells dog, it's a dog. I mean, even if 1 tells a cat, I'll ignore that. Are you doing something like that?
Till now, did not.
You should actually think about a lot of practical things.
Because that type of actually the sensors, the availability of sensor is also a problem. That like industrial sensor also, we thought that, but after that when we wanted to purchase, it was not available at that time. So and we have very little bit money also in our hands. So that.
No, if you are doing a practical problem, you should go and get the fund yourself.
Yes. That's why I'm telling you.
Should not be like university.
No. That's why we have applied a project in SCRB and also maybe suppose railway department or forest department or that Karnataka and Tamil Nadu.
Railway department least bother about it.
They'll not give.
Forest department probably yes.
But forest department told that they will give only the logistics supports, not in numbers. Because now the problem is with the Odisha, this forest department, they have already given the like this project to 2 IITs and 1 NIT. So after that only we have we have gone to them to ask the money. So they told that we have already given 3 projects. So we can give all the logistics support, but we cannot give the financial support. So the railway department is ready, but we don't know. It is very lingering process also.
Railway will tell you forest will tell you railway.
Maybe that may be a case. We are thinking like that. Maybe they are doing like that also. So this is from my side. Thank you.
Done. Okay. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Okay, so now you are Abdul Kalam Chair Professor. So you are role model for everybody. Yeah, 5 years. So we got 5 years of role model, and it stays 5 years of support. That's all. But then it will stay.
Thank you very much.
Motivate a lot of people. Doing yourself is okay. You should come down and then motivate others to do the work.
Thank you, Dr. Chakrabarti, for the presentation. Now may I request Dr. P. Srinivas Rao, winner of the Abdul Kalam Chair Professor Award, who has joined us online to give the presentation.
Madam, was there a question allowed or not?
Sure, sorry for that.
Yes, sorry, sir.
Sorry for
You
that.
can ask your question.
I thought, okay, you can answer from there.
So just madam, there was just one thing, one question which I was wondering, but maybe I just missed I dropped out for a few minutes. There is a seasonality also in the movement of elephants on the tracks, right? It's not that every day or there is some seasoning and there is some seasonality, and during the day also there is some period during which they move. So is there something in the software which where you are putting this seasonality and the periodicity into the AI system also?
Yes, that is very true. Forest department has also 4 months in a year.
So yeah, some timing. Yeah.
Yes, 4 months in a year, elephants will not go. That will cross any like corridor or like that. So that time our system is not always be there. It is if some living beings are coming, that time only it will be activated. Okay, so other time that will be in the sleeping mode. So nothing will happen in our system.
No, that's not correct. That's not correct in the sense that it's a sleepy mode, but zero energy is not the choice. Because it's even to detect whether there's a motion or not, still there is something on always.
Yes.
Right? Motion capture system they call it. So that is what it is.
That is one. But what I was saying is if there is some learning also which has gone into the AI, then the system may forewarn the railways also that this is the time there is a likelihood that the elephants will be moving. So take care, that kind of early warning system or something, maybe there can be there. That was what I was suggesting.
Probably that is too much. If it's too early a warning and the elephant changes their track, then obviously, right?
Yeah, that is also there.
Yeah. You should think about practicalities, right? Too early a warning and they don't come. What's the point? Right?
Yeah, so there can be different levels of warning, like there's some orange warning or red warning or some some kind of that kind of, but those are all finer details. I think that can be built in later perhaps.
Yeah. The project of practical applicability has to be well debated, well thought out, and periodically reviewed by others who are not working in that. So what happens in almost all projects, we're talking about a practical project. I was about to say land, but let me tell you here. Whatever all of us doing very nice, interesting work, but then external review is probably not there. So maybe some mechanism will think about that. Anybody else has any questions or comment?
Yes, and what is the sensitivity and the specificity of the algorithm?
That is the detection of the elephants. It is 98% now. And the sensitivity and specificity also are good in that case. But when we are doing the implementation in the real field, until now we did not do that. So definitely many challenges will be coming that time. So we think about it that time. Now it is 98% accuracy.
And how you distinguish inanimate object from the elephants?
That is the work of the sensor. That means our sensor will be activated only when the living beings will be coming, not the other things. So any that means human being or any other living animals.
The birds will be going fine all the time. Then we'll keep on activating all the time. What the point? This will be some, right? This will be some threshold somewhere. Flies will be flying. I mean, that is not any living being is not a good idea.
Who can change the algorithm? But that means
You have
not
to-
algorithm,
you
the
have to- you
features
have to
and
have a
everything.
strong threshold,
Yeah.
telling that elephant speed is that much, birds fly so high. So I will not talk about that. Birds are so tiny, elephant is so big. One is 3D, one is 2D. All sort of things you can bring in.
Yes,
and then
yes,
make your algorithm more.
Yes. Only features we have to add. More features to be added.
Anybody else has any other big question? Abdul Kalam awardees are not supposed to be questioned. Is it? Not really, not really.
No, we need that. We need that questions. We need the review the other things. That's why only I have presented here, where just to get the support from others.
Yes, thank you.
And from you also, sir, particularly.
What can I do? But anyway, that's okay.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Anybody else has any questions, comment? Online people? If not, thanks a lot again, Professor Chakravarti. Continue doing your good work. So awards will come, but works will continue. All right. Let's go on.
Dr. P.S. Rao, you can go for the presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think I am audible.
Can you see? Can you put your camera on, please?
Hello?
Put your camera on. So all see you as well while presenting.
Pardon me, sir.
Can somebody tell you?
Sir, please on your camera.
Camera, okay.
Switch on the camera. Sir, please switch on your camera.
Please switch on the camera.
Your pictures will be visible, so we know who you are.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now it is.
Yes, take out the presentation. Yeah, that's
Yes,
okay.
we can see you, sir.
Now you can see.
Yes, you can go ahead, sir. We can see you and the presentation both.
Okay. Good afternoon, one and all. I am Dr. P. Srinivas Rao, Professor of Mechanical Engineering. I am glad to present this my activities in last 3 years. I'm going to give you a few glimpses of my research along with my scholars in the last few years, particularly last 3 years. These research activities are categorized into 3 areas mainly. One is vibration assisted welding. Second is friction stir processing of joining non-ferrous materials such as aluminum and magnesium alloys in particular. And third one is optimization of parameters for electric discharge machining so that cost effectiveness is arrived. So I'm presenting my glimpse of work. What is welding? Welding is a process of weld seams accomplished by melting and of the 2 parts which are to be joined, members to be joined by adding a filler material with the help of heat and pressure or a flux, etc. If we are using heat and filler material, it is called fusion welding. The examples are arc welding, resistance welding, gas welding. The technical name would be oxy-fuel welding, laser welding, etc. If we don't use any filler material and we don't heat the material up to melting temperature, then it is called as solid state welding. Heat or pressure is mainly applied to achieve the coalescing. Coalescing means growing together. That means the joint is obtained by 2 members which are joined by growing together, by making into liquid state and then allowed to cool. So in this case, there is no melting of base metals and no filler materials employed. And this is the requirement. I'm going to say why it is. The examples are diffusion welding, friction welding, ultrasonic welding. Why we are now left, if we see the microstructure of my joint, it consists of basically, if you see scanning electron microscope, if you see magnified view, this is a welded joint obtained by arc weld. It consists of base metals. This is one base metal. and another the base metal. This is the middle portion is the weld, and intermediate zones, if you see, there are boundaries are there. This is called as heat affected zone, and this heat affected zone is a metallurgically weak structure of the welded joint. For example, if you consider the strength of the base metal and weld metal, these are very superior, and whereas the strength of this heat affected zone is poor when compared to this. Due to this, usually the welded joint, when it is been applied with load, force, it will fail in the area of heat affected zone. This heat affected zone should be as minimum as possible, because we are in arc welding and flame weldings or fusion weldings. These heat affected zone is very prominent. So this will lead to distortion or warphase in the joint. So we require some kind of post treatment, and then sometimes we do the heat treatment such as annealing and normalizing process. So these are costly affairs, because entire structure is to be put in a oven and heated above 60% of the melting temperature of the metal and allowed to cool very slowly. So and cooling rate should be very uniform, so that whatever the stresses which is associated in this heat affected zone are relieved. So this is the main problems for welding engineers to tackle this. So various combinations we generally tried out, with combination of voltage, current, and proper pillar material. Then these settings are, in spite of these settings also, we'll get residual stresses present inside the welded structure. So to minimize this welded structure, residual stress present, we generally go for solid state welding method. But solid state welding methods cannot be used for most of the steels and others. So these residual stresses, to eliminate it, generally soon after the welding, it is subjected to sharp peening. That means mechanically hammer is taken, and all over the joint area, metal hammering is done, so that peaks and narrows are narrowed out. So compressive and tensile strengths present inside are evened out, so that it doesn't fail in a brittle failure. Brittle failure means suddenly it won't fail. It will give some time before it fails. So we prefer a ductile failure rather than a brittle failure. So to do this, generally applications which are welding in either shipbuilding, structural constructions, automotive, and aerospace structures, these are subjected to heat treatment process. So what is vibration resisted welding? A small amount of vibration is given during welding is done, happening, then it is called as vibration resisted welding. With this, the grain structure present in the weld pool gets refined, and better grain structure is obtained. So there are various methods are available. These are the methods generally available. Vibration of giving vibration to the workpiece during welding. This is the most cumbersome, because it is limited to a certain size of a workpiece only. So a suitable work holding structure is designed, and it is subjected to vibration during the welding. Second is weld pool oscillation. What is weld pool oscillation is during welding, the pool is oscillated due to a mechanical stirrer. By placing a mechanical stirrer, electromagnetic stirrer, the weld pool is swirled. This is also a slightly complicated process. The third one is ultrasonic vibration assisted welding. The one side of the tape holder, this ultrasonic vibration is given, then welding is done. Due to this, the vibrations transfers for longitudinal vibrations, the grain structure refinement happens. The last one is the most not least, but vibration of the electrode. So while electrode is attached with small gadget which oscillates the gives the vibration to the electrode by fixing a small DC motor with a proper circuit, as this can be done. So this is the schematic of vibration of welding with a vibrating table, a typical table with voltmeter, dimmer set, control units. Then it is found in structures on which springs are there with a motor which is having unbalanced weight in it, so that it gives the vibrations to the table, so that the workpiece gets the transverse vibrations.
What about 10 minutes more? So just be careful.
Yes, yes, sir. So the microstructure, if we compare with or without any vibration, it is long dendrites are generally formed. With this kind of controlled vibration, it was found that scientifically between the range of frequency range of 80 hertz to 120 hertz, if we give the excitation by frequency of vibration, a more desirable refinement range happens. Either lower, there is no advantage, more the grains also becomes the grains form such a way that micro cracks are happening. So the very purpose of welding is lost. This, in 2004, Akoye has technically proven that it is safe zone is for arc welding at 80 to 120 degree, 120 hertz. Frequency is generally preferable. So second one is the schematic of the weld pool oscillation. In this, during weld pool is being steered with a magnetic stirrer.
Why don't we just confine your presentation to your work? This is not a tutorial.
Yes, sir.
Let's not do the tutorial mode.
Yes.
You just tell what you have done.
I'll share the demonstration of that.
Just
what we did.
We're running out of time. You told 3 topics, and first topic is not over yet.
Okay.
You should know what is the motivation for this presentation. All of you will. Okay, every presentation has a different motivation, different objective, and then there is a specific audience for that. So you should come prepared for that. Okay, I didn't see too much of preparation from any other than Dr. South. You should come prepared to the occasion, basically. Yes, sir. There's no scope for any tutorial here. You're not looking for that. Just talk about what you have done over 3 years and what's the impact, what's the publication pattern, whatever you got.
1 minute, sir. Sorry.
can go to some other work probably, that's also okay.
No, sir. This is the DC motor which is been attached to this. The electrode. While the joining is done, the DC motor of the speed is controlled. With this, vibration is given to the electrode. So I have shared the one example of vibration. I started welding with electrode vibration. This is the demonstrate where electrode and DC motor have been controlled. Here, what is the process voltage and current are being set on the workbench. It is been given. With this, we can make the welding, and then we see the microstructure. We have seen that the microstructure, what we after this is a typical setup which is done. The microstructure obtained with and without the same conditions. If second picture shows a better grain structure, this will brain structure will gives a improved tensile strength and impact strength to the workpiece. So without having a heat treatment or short peening, additional operations, we can make the joint. This is the table vibration system, table design, etc. are being patented, and application we got filed, and we got it in 2016, sir. The next one is sorry. This is a TIG welding. With vibration excitation.
Probably you have not.
Nothing is visible, sir.
Your slide is.
You have to save your screen, but you have to save only the PowerPoint. That's the reason.
You can conclude your presentation, sir. We are running out of time.
Okay, just 1 minute, ma'am. The next step, are you able to hear me, sir?
It's fine.
Yes.
This is a friction stir welding process for lap joints for aluminum and magnesium alloys. Hello. Here we have designed this pins, etc. with this advantage
PowerPoint
is,
is not visible. Only you are visible.
sorry, sir.
It's all right. I mean, if you are finding difficult, that's all right. Can you quickly conclude in 1 minute?
Okay, sir. 1 minute, I'm concluding.
The thing is there. But anyway, I think we'll assume that your presentation is done and we'll conclude the session here. That's all right. You can upload your things in the Slack.
So these are,
All right. So next
are
time
you able to
I
see?
recommend that you come prepared a little bit because this kind of things are not. All right, fine. I mean, you are also like Abdul Kalam Chair Award, so you should be a role model for others, not like having some problems and all that. You can probably practice a little bit before coming and be prepared while coming. All right. So we are done with the presentation. Thank you very much. Anybody has any questions or comments for him? All right. If not, we'll assume that he is done. Thank you.
No, sir, this is a.
No,
I already.
we'll assume that you are done. I mean, there is no offense to anybody.
No, sir. Let me see. Sir, this requires actually 50 lakhs equipment.
That's all right.
So we have done it in our own Centurion machine shop using a vertical machining machine. There we need not require any.
Nothing is visible. Your PowerPoint is not moving. You are having technical difficulty. You are physically not here, and internet usage is some problem or other is there. So we are not blaming you, but something is there. And also there is a allocated time slot, and you have not come prepared for that particular time slot. So this is not a plenary talk, and it cannot be given 1 hour or something that will be unfair to others as well. So we'll assume that you have done it. You have done a great work. So that's why you got the award also. Don't worry about that. And upload your PowerPoint and videos and whatever it is to the Swag physical. Let people see that in the leisure physical. Okay. In fact, I'll request all the award winners to upload their presentation in the Swag physical. Right? Is it? It's a good thing, physical too. All right. So let us conclude your talk. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. Good presentation by all the winners. Thank you once again. Now, may I request Honorary Provost Professor Radhakant Pari to deliver the concluding remarks.
Well, I give the opening remarks also. All right. All right. For formality's sake, probably I was very happy to see the award winners. So most of them are physical here. Only one awardee is probably out of station, so she could not join. And the other awardee, I mean, I don't know what he has some difficulty or something. He did not want to come over to this. Yeah. But overall, during this pandemic time where people are restricted with norms, I think we actually did it well. In fact, it was a little bit awkward day for many people basically, not just you, but also remember that many includes me as well. Okay, I had to come all the way from Bangalore by the way, right? So that is also there. So it is also like students are waiting on 10 days or over things like that already basically. So all sort of things, but I am very happy that things are happening, things are moving in a forward direction, and the awardees are not just from one stream; it is a very diverse application. So that is what the university strength is all about, and we should cherish on that, to progress on that. And award winners, this is not the end; it is just the beginning. You have become a little bit role model, but having said that, you are no different from others either, basically, right? The journey research is a continuous process. We should really enjoy each and every publication, and each and every publication should be like our first publication itself. Right? When you see the first publication, the joy, and then for the 101 publications, it will also give you equal joy, basically. Then only you are a good researcher, right? The journey never stops. Keep on doing as long as you can, basically. Right? So that is what the research is all about. And also, those of you who could not apply or something, we strongly encourage that you apply next year. And this process would kind of cultivate a culture, hopefully, that we will get you more and more as time comes. And if you believe me, a lot of universities, including government NITs and all that, if you see the publication statistics, this is actually far better than what others have. Just for number of publication patents and all that you can see. Anything else? Huh? Margin. That you can tell. Okay, so we did not tell you in the morning, but then when the number of applications came, those people who got it, they got it. And those people who are not really there, they have to do a lot of work before they reapply or something, they are rejected. But then there are a lot of cases, some few cases, about 4 or 5 cases, or maybe a little more than that. We are hesitant to give, but they are pretty close. Okay? So those cases will be auto forwarded to the next year. So those number of those people who are auto nominated for the next year, you will get a separate mail from the registrar mentioning that you have got it. All that you have to do is update your information and resubmit. You don't have to be nominated again. Your application will not go through these multiple layers of scrutiny. It will directly come to the final table. Okay. When the final numbers are calculated, it will come that way. So those people who are there in that list will also be kind of contacted separately. Not many are there, about 4 or 5 are there. And also, I don't know, if there is too many applications next year, maybe this number 15 can also go to 20 because number 6 has remained empty this year. So maybe we can just think about compensating that as well. So don't worry about all those permutation combinations and all that. Don't worry too much about it. At least minimum 15 is guaranteed. More than that is our choice. Right? So overall, I am very happy to see that. And also a small concluding comment. I told my comment already that I was more or less not really happy with the presentation. Other than Dr. Sao, I didn't particularly name him. Because he has come prepared for the occasion. Okay. I'm telling very honestly because next time I expect that. So you have been giving presentation over RC review, this review, that review, all that, also the things, and then come, okay, something I'll present. Then this defeats the purpose. And I'm not interested to know your PhD work here either. Those of you presented. I'm not with all due regards to everything. I'm interested to kind of know what we have done, what is the impact that we are going to give in the last 3 or 4 years. So that overall view, see, the entire Ramayana can be told in 2 words also, 2 lines also, entire Ramayana, right? So time is not a concern. You have 2 lines, complete the Ramayana. Okay, Ravana told Sita, Rama killed Ravana, finish. Right? Rama killed Ravana, finish. Ramayana story over. Okay. So you can any story you can cut short to any extent basically, right? So 15 minutes time, okay, maybe 17 minutes, maybe 18 minutes. So stretching to 30 minutes and stretching to 1 hour, there is no luxury for anybody here. Okay. The come prepared for the occasion. Those you have done. I mean, this batch is done basically, right? But when you get the next award, probably, right? Next level award. Think about the occasion. See, that's what I keep telling to my students also. When you those of you are performing, let's say dance, comparing songs, whatever it is, you cannot, if you know a dance, suppose you know classical dance. Can you go to some youngsters and perform classical dance? Or can you do break dance with old people? You cannot. Right? There is an occasion, there is an audience, there is something, some purpose, right? So for each and every class, you have to go prepared for that, right? That way. So that's my sincere request. It's not a demand, it's just a request. Now 15-20 minutes, you have to project why you got the award. You're not just particular one word. Right? So you mix and match a combination of work. And if you really want to take the template, I will take Dr. Rosalisa South, right? You have done the best work. If there is a best presentation award, I will rather give it to you today. In fact, we can actually have that also. In addition to all these awards, we can actually think about a best presentation award as well. We'll do that maybe. Right? So with that, I think I'm about having said that, overall, I'm very happy. We're on the right path. And as Professor Rao already told, we have a lot of money to be grabbed by the way. Right? But that money will not be given by the way, right? You have to apply, there will be internal committee, there will be assessment, there will be somebody is putting some money. So obviously you have to convince what else. So we'll as long as I'm there in the system and I'm required, I'm always available. So that's not a problem. All of you can contact me anytime for whatever little thing I can do for whichever problems I can do. All right, thanks a lot very much. We had a very nice, wonderful occasion. Look forward to the next time, next year. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now may I request Register AP Campus Dr. C.V. Gopinath, who has joined us virtually, to address the meeting.
Thank you, madam. Is it audible, madam?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Honorable President, Vice President, and Honorable Vice Chancellors of both Odisha and AP campuses, Registrar, Odisha campus, and Honorable Provost, sir, Provost, Professor Radhakant Padi, sir, and all the awardees who are winners of this today's prestigious Provost Excellence Awards. my hearty congratulations to all of you, and happy Teachers' Day on this occasion, August occasion. Remarkable work done by all the fellow colleagues. I am really happy to see the wonderful presentations, and somewhat actually as a registrar of AP University, what is AP Century University, I felt that none of the faculty are there in this awardees, but next time they will definitely do better, and some of the awards they may also get, and we will try our best to get more awards. And congratulations, hearty congratulations to all the winners. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
But more than internal awards, I would rather challenge these awardees to get external awards as well. If you get external awards, then this internal award will be justified. Okay? That's how.
Yes, sir.
Now may I request Register Centurion University Dr. Anita Patra to give the vote of thanks.
Yeah, good evening all. Starting in the morning and now we have reached the evening towards the end of the program. Yes, as Professor Padhi has already said, we have to follow the COVID protocol. That's why we have done this in hybrid mode. Otherwise, it was scheduled to be a 2-day program, and all being together physically, we would have celebrated this event. Because this being the Provost Research Conclave Award 2021 is the first time we are doing any research award we had not constituted earlier for the university. So this becomes a unique kind of opportunity. And yes, I would start my vote of thanks with all the applicants who had sent in their applications. They had been either nominated by the dean or by the HOD, or they themselves are nominated. And thank you all, because you had to, I know all of us are busy, but still you could find out time and you kept on sending the details as asked. So, and next year, as everybody has been saying, we want to see a large number of applications, because in some categories, Professor Padhi had already shown in his presentation, there were either 0 applications or 1 application. Of course, some category had few more applications, but 15 awards were there, only 9 could be given. It's always, I think it is because of the less applications given, because we have many people who are very good have not applied. So that's it. And of course, the evaluation committee member, we had formulated an evaluation committee. They had done their bit. They had actually evaluated twice. First, they evaluated based on some discussions. Then Provost came up with all the criteria and objective after a Zoom call discussion. Then there was a evaluation sheet prepared for it. On that, the committee members had evaluated and forwarded their recommendations. Of course, finally, Provost sir had to take the call. So we finally have the winners list with us. And then I would like to thank President sir, who had come here to give all kind of encouragement and support. I know he was very busy, but he could make it for first 2 hours, and I'm sure that awardees will be very, very happy to receive the award from his hands, of course. And Vice President sir, who has always been behind each faculty, and every day he says we have no time, in this time we have to do more work. So I think because of that also many of the things have come up. We are seeing the outputs coming also very quickly. And sir has been at Hyderabad, but he had taken out his time to join online and give his few words of encouragement. Thank you, sir. And the handholding support of Pro Vice Chancellor sir from the very first. Provost sir had actually proposed this award 1 year back, given a presentation. He has actually given the same presentation today, but extended with the criteria and all the applications and all the details of this calculation. And he actually put down the objective criteria, all the evaluation sheet that we are talking about. So it looks very objective. It's not that any application can be forwarded or can receive award. Only if it meets the criteria, objectively, we can give. As you can see, in the professor category, we had only one award for the engineering and physical sciences, but we have now got 2 awardees in it, just because the criteria were objective. Somewhere somebody was meeting some criteria, so it was extended. So that's all. Thank you, sir, for all your guidance. Our chief guest of the occasion today, Dr. R.N. Naik, with his rich experience, and at this age, we can see that he is still striving to do some research, and he has inspired many of us here. So he had agreed, he had to travel 1.5 hours to and fro, but still sir was here, and I'm sure that he will be associated with us for other occasions, other research work, collaboration work, guidance and support. I thank Vice Chancellor Sir, GSN Raju Sir, though he is not present today because of some demanding work outside. He had already promised somewhere for today, but he had all the encouragement, and he had been, he has congratulated all of you. He had sent a message that he cannot be here, so he has congratulated. So thank you for the support. Vice Chancellor Madam, Supriya Madam, who was here. And we know that anytime any work is there, you can always call on her, and she will be there to support. So thank you, Madam, for being present. Dr. Gopinath Sir, Registrar AP, CUTM AP, thank you, sir, for being there. And I'm sure that, as you have said, there will be more applications from AP, CUTM AP, and there will be many more faculty awarded next year. It's all there for next 3 to 5 years, as has been told. And I would like to congratulate and thank all our awardees here. Dr. Madhumita, Ms. Swarnaprabha, Dr. Rukmini, Dr. Dojalisa, Dr. Atanu, Dr. Pradipta, Dr. Sujata, Dr. P.S. Rao, Ms. Preeta. She has not been able to be here, but she has been missing this program. She wrote a message that I really wanted to be there, but of course, yeah. So we, and I have already received the award on P.S. Rao sir. Thank you, sir, for allowing me to take the award for you. I went to the stage to receive the award. Thank you. And for all your presentations, you had made a good presentation. It can be improved, like sir said, made to the occasion, customized to the occasion. But thank you all for showcasing all your work that you are doing. And of course, we are very thankful to Nursia and his team, because we are doing in a hybrid model. It was almost flawless. We could do it very successfully. Thank you, Nursia and his team, and the admin and hospitality team. They have been feeding us, and it was almost flawless. The arrangements was good. The MRC team who came here, and yes, as has been told in the morning, teachers are always teachers, professors are always professors. So we have that responsibility on us, and we have to learn, unlearn, and relearn. That has been told. So let's keep these words in mind. And as has been told by President, let us celebrate our learning from peers and students. Let us be open that yes, we have learned something from our peers. Some things are from our students, and acknowledge it. So with this note, and let in spirit, let us celebrate the achievements of our colleagues today as the Provost Research Conclave awardees. I thank all of you.
Where is the party in the night? Where is the party in the night?
Sir, they have to extend the party. Yes, and last but not the least, Dr. Chinu Bohidar. Last minute I contacted her. Be here for comparing, and she agreed, and she did a wonderful job. Thank you, Chinu. And as sir said, you all can celebrate with your family today because
There is something
already
off the record. There is something called teacher's choice.
Yeah. And of course, you are going to, I'm sure you are going to celebrate. and throw parties to your colleagues also. So with this note of celebration, thank you all. We can close.
I'll have a last word by the way.
Yes, thank you, thank you.
Thanks a lot for thanks to all of you. I mean, you've been very wonderful Provost and all that. This formal part of this event is over, but I still want to thank all of you for spending 2 hours at least each in 2 hours each in each campus. And most of you probably know me by now, but through this interactive meetings and all that. A lot of you have given very frank and honest opinion as well. There's nothing to do with this event. This event is over. But all your comments will be compiled, okay? And this will reach to the highest authority. That's my promise. It will reach, certainly. Okay, before that, if at all you want to see what I'm going to talk, probably I will just have an appraisal meeting with all of you, just to show my PowerPoint, what all I have documented there. That is not the time to take additional thing. But if you want to delete something, you can actually. I mean, you can suggest. Whether I will delete or not, I don't know. But there is no further comments I will take. But whatever you have given, everything is getting compiled. Everything will be shown to you once before it reaches to the higher authority. That's my promise. It will be done. All right. So with that promise, I will end here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you all. We will conclude the meeting here. Thank you.